Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our virtual CHI event, hosted by the HCI groups at the University of Waterloo.
As the University of Waterloo is located on land with a long and rich history, we will start with reading a territorial acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we live and work on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. The University of Waterloo is situated on the Haldimand Tract, the land promised to the Six Nations that includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River.
Before we get started, allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Nikita Joshi, and I'm a PhD student at the Sheridan School of Computer Science.
And I'm Robert Pierce-Gauthier, a PhD student with the School of Public Health and Health Systems.
We are your organizing chairs for this year's WAT-CHI event, an event organized to showcase papers that were accepted to this year's CHI conference.
We have organized the day into 6 sessions, 3 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. Each session will last 40 to 55 minutes, followed by an approximately 5-minute break in between. We will have a longer break for lunch, starting at around 11:40 a.m. And then the afternoon session will begin at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Please visit the event's website, watchi.live, for more details and links to the papers being presented during each session.
After most presentations, we will have 2 to 3 minutes of live Q&A. To ask your question, please post it as a comment in the stream's chat. Be sure to include your name and affiliation if it isn't obvious from the actual username that you have. The session chair will restate the question on your behalf for a presenter to answer. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get started.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Quentin Roy. I will be your chair for the first session that is about AI agents. So I'm a postdoc researcher at the University of Waterloo. Our first talk will be presented by Anastasia Kuzmink. It is about, so the name of the paper is Genie in the Bottle, Anthropomorphized Perception of Conversational Agents. Unfortunately, this speaker won't be able to answer questions after the talk. She's not available today. But if you want more information, feel free to read the paper and contact her by email.
Hello, I'm Anastasia Kuzminik, and this is a video presentation of work published at CHI 2020 that we've done with my colleagues at the University of Waterloo in Canada. And this work is focusing on how people anthropomorphize conversational agents and why this matters to us. The general-purpose voice assistants, such as Alexa, Google Assistant, or Siri, are becoming more and more popular, so more and more users are interacting with them on a daily basis. And these systems, in essence, rely on users' voice interactions with a persona, or an agent, who is deliberately designed to speak and act human-like. So because of this, voice assistants end up being integrated not only in the technological space of a user's life, the ecosystem of devices in their environment, but also in their social space with whom users communicate. And thus, these systems are often being anthropomorphized, which means that people start attributing lifelike qualities and traits to these agents. And anthropomorphization heavily defines the interaction style that people adopt with these systems, which affects users' expectations, their trust, and their overall satisfaction. And so far, research has actively explored the degree of anthropomorphization of voice agents. So whether it happens or not, do we see these systems as human-like or do we see them as machine-like? However, very little is yet known on what happens when anthropomorphization does occur. Are all the agents done the same? Well, intuitively, probably no. But if not, is their perception unique for every user? Or can we find some underlying patterns there? And this is exactly what we wanted to explore in this study. What are the mechanisms of anthropomorphized perceptions of voice assistants? So what did we know about these mechanisms from before? First of all, mostly in robotics, people differentiate between designing agents' behaviors, such as emotional responsiveness, how warm they are in the interaction, their personality, and so on, and designing agents' physical or visual aspects, for example, their facial and body expressions. Say Roomba vacuum has only behavioral traits, but wax sculptures would have only visual ones. And by design, voice assistants are capable of displaying mainly behavioral anthropomorphic aspects. But what personality and behavioral aspects actually matter to users? Is there any structure to them? And we hypothesized that if there is any structure, then these perceptions will be different and consistently different for different agents. We also hypothesized that the way people perceive the personality and behavior of an agent would affect how they visualize them. So how users think the agents would look like if they were humans. Especially since an agent's answer might include visual references, for example, Siri's "I'd blush if I could." So then, if there are consistent patterns in behavioral perceptions, we can also expect consistent differences in visualized perceptions. And in the rest of my presentation, I am going to talk about how we explored this hypothesis and what we found there. First, how? So what methods we used? We took 3 agents, Alexa, Google Home, and Siri, and we first asked participants to interact with them, because we wanted to allow for in situ comparisons of these agents, so that later we were able to tease out the differences as they seen by participants. The interaction session was followed by a semi-structured interview, where we asked participants what each of the agents would look like if they were humans, and what their definitive characteristics would be. In the next phase, a visualization exercise, participants were asked to create an approximate visual representation of Alexa, Google Assistant, and Siri. And here it was actually a tough methodological call. What to use as medium? Some standardized platform or free-form drawing? And eventually we decided to go with using predefined software. We used an open-source web avatar generator, and we did that because, first of all, we wanted to overcome potential resistance from participants to a hand-drawing exercise, and we also wanted to allow a better comparison between visualizations between participants, regardless of participants' drawing skills. And we concluded with a debriefing interview to capture some general notes and comments from participants about their experience. And let's first look at the descriptions of agents' character and behavioral specifics. And the main highlights here are that the perceptions of agents' character are indeed structured. And they are structured according to 5 categories: approachability of an agent, sentiment towards a user, their professionalism, intelligence, and individuality. And furthermore, they are indeed different for different agents. So each of these 5 major themes actually represents a comparative scale for an agent's character. And the first scale, the theme of approachability, reflects how emotionally distant or approachable an agent is. The distance end in the scale includes, for example, an agent being snarky or closed off, and it often would be in contrast to a user's willingness to engage in closer and warmer relationships. For example, very one-sided relationship, like they didn't want to talk to me, like here's your answer and go away. The approachable side of the scale reflects perceptions of an agent as emotionally warm, friendly, and willing to interact with a user. For example, being welcoming, feeling more like a friend, being outgoing, and chill. The second theme, an agent's perceived sentiment toward the user, is defined by a dichotomy from genuine to disingenuous agent's attitude. So how trustworthy and how focused they are on a user. And the genuine aspect here includes descriptions of an agent being benevolent, caring, altruistic, for example, coming from a good place, being patient, accommodating, thoughtful, or really trying to help you. Opposing these caring, benevolent perceptions, the disingenuous side here reflects assessment of an agent as cunning or indifferent or inconsiderate, for example, descriptions such as sly or disingenuous or pretending, or about Siri using her sass as defense mechanism. Professionalism mostly refers to the agent's communication style as in work setting. For example, textbook assistant, no strings attached relationship. And there is no defined negative value here, but we did find that comparisons between agents often reflect the differences in the degree of professionalism. The intelligence of an agent was mainly discussed as a positive value. For example, descriptions like witty with knowledge, or well-read, or intelligent and sophisticated. But rarely there would be descriptions of agents' negative intelligence. For example, a little on a dumber side. The last thing, agent's individuality, refers to participants' perceptions of how much character an agent is displaying, and the specifics of this character. So this theme is represented by a dichotomy from neutral versus defined individuality. And the neutral aspect here includes descriptions that explicitly highlight the ordinaries of an agent character. For example, shy, not many interests, or it's just some random kid trying to blend in. The specifics of defined individuality would differ for each agent. For example, Alexa would have glowing personality, and Google would be warmer but nerdy chill. So the behavioral perceptions are both structured along these 5 dimensions and are different for different agents. But what about the visualized perceptions? So we analyzed both how people were verbally describing the appearances of the agents and the outcomes of the visualization exercise. The visualization exercise outcomes were first composed into collages, and we also composed the cumulative visualizations for each agent by overlaying avatars. And as you can see, the outcomes are quite illustrative on the differences between the agents. And in the descriptions and in the avatars, we have identified 5 main parameters that would differ. And let me give you some examples here. The build was mainly referring to the height. For example, Alexa is slightly taller because she's dancing. However, there was no consistent trend here. With age, though, there was a trend. Alexa is generally perceived to be older, while Siri is perceived to be younger. For example, Siri sounds younger, like late 20s, Alexa, I think, late 40s, Google sounds older, so between the two, mid-30s. The specifics of facial expression often reflect the perceived approachability of an agent. For example, a slight smile, because she is more playful. This is also reflected in the described differences in agents' facial expressions. For example, Google just seems stressed, they've got a lot of stuff, seems a little like their mind is somewhere else if you're having a conversation with them. Alexa is just maybe a little bit smiling, and Siri would be smiling a lot and has a lot of energy. The clothing style was heavily dependent on how defined was the personality of an agent for a particular participant. For Siri, such clothing descriptions revolved around daring personality with highlighted femininity. She would be wearing heels, miniskirts, crop tops, or, for example, I almost picture Siri in like a schoolgirl outfit, a pleated skirt, like any teenage rom-com. Google's clothes in this category are associated mainly with a stereotypically awkward persona. They could be wearing jeans and t-shirts, but it doesn't really fit them well. And Google would dress like glasses and the weird skirts and leotards. Alexa's clothes in this category often reflects her caring and cozy nature. For example, she would be wearing mom jeans and running shoes because that's a very mom thing, and glasses. So with that, we have identified the main themes along which both behavioral and visual perceptions of conversational agents are structured. But now we wanted to see what design elements affect each of those perceptions. And we identified 4 categories of the designed features mentioned by our participants when they were explaining their perceptions. And the first category here was the category of provided information, which includes the amount of information and the level of details. For example, they give more information, so it seems like they care about you understanding what they're saying. It also includes the very fact of providing the information. For example, Siri is just cold, she copped out on a lot of answers, and that made her more distant. Second is the designed interaction style of an agent. such as responsiveness to prompts, prompting users back, for example, seems closed off because it doesn't do any prompts back like how are you and stuff, and the tendency to use jokes. For example, when I asked what's her favorite color, she told me a joke, so yes, way more playful. The third category is agent's voice characteristics. For example, more enthusiastic, like there is more inflection in her voice, sounds a bit more fun. And finally, we included here the category of associations motivated by the perceptions of the company. For example, Alexa is more chill, maybe because a brand reminds me of books and stuff. And in the paper, we demonstrate how all these parameters have different impact on the different behavioral dimensions and visualized perceptions of the agent. So to conclude, in this study, we found that both anthropomorphized behavioral perceptions and visual conceptions of conversational agents first have some structure to them, second, have consistent differences between them, and third, are interconnected. And with that, I would like to thank you for listening and invite you to read the full paper for more details on this study. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me using the email on this slide.
Okay, thank you, Anastasia. As I said before the talk, unfortunately, our speaker is not available to answer Q&A, to answer questions now. If you have questions, please check the paper and you can reach her by mail. We now move to the second and last paper of the station. It's called Keep Calm and Ride Along, Passenger Comfort and Anxiety as Physiological Responses to Autonomous Driving Styles. It's presented by Nicole Dillon and Marco Ilievsky. If you have questions, do not hesitate to use the chat in YouTube or Twitch, and I will ask them in our discussion after the talk.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our talk on passenger comfort and anxiety as physiological responses to autonomous driving styles. My name is Nicole Dillon, and I will be presenting this work along with my co-author, Marco Ilievsky. In a world where autonomous vehicles have been progressing rapidly to fully driverless autonomy, challenges still exist when it comes to their universal acceptance. For example, a 2019 AAA survey showed that 60 to 80% of drivers still expressed fear of riding in a fully autonomous vehicle. But even if this was not the case, even if there was already widespread acceptance, there still exists a second problem. People have individual driving preferences. While some prefer a more defensive approach to driving, others may tend towards a less defensive style. The autonomous vehicles today, however, only consider fixed preset driving styles that are primarily aimed at satisfying safety constraints. There is a large body of work studying the interactions between humans and autonomous vehicles. And most of this research tends to focus on the interaction of the safety driver. However, autonomous vehicles are quickly progressing towards full autonomy, where drivers are not really required. Given the public's fear and varying individual driving style preferences, how would passengers really perceive this new and fully automated driving behavior, knowing all the while that there is no human driver to fall back on? And even when the passenger has been the main research focus, most work has been conducted either within the safety net of a simulator or as a Wizard of Oz experiment. But these methods have a major drawback. They lack the external validity for realistic motion within an autonomous vehicle. The naturalistic field studies that do exist primarily use self-reported scores as measures of comfort and anxiety. It is important, however, to also study the physiological responses that involuntarily arise due to discomfort or anxiety about the driving style. To address these issues, we designed a passenger study that aimed at bridging the gap between lab and naturalistic studies, as well as between self-reported scores and their corresponding physiological measurements.
This study was designed using the autonomous vehicle at the University of Waterloo, known as the Autonomous. To study passenger responses to different driving styles, two aspects of the driving style of the Autonomous were varied and measured: the distance between it and the test vehicle, and the acceleration and jerk experienced by the vehicle and its passengers. The Autonomous was programmed to have two driving variations, an aggressive driving and defensive driving style. These variations to driving style were then related to the physiological responses captured from the participants, which included their eye movement entropy, heart rate, and galvanic skin response. To measure the participants' eye movement entropy, they were tasked with watching a video playing on a phone in front of them throughout the study. Eye tracking glasses were then used to calculate the number of times their gaze left the area of interest. A heart rate monitor was clipped to their earlobe, and electrodes were firmly attached to their fingers using Velcro straps to measure their heart rate and skin response respectively. This study was conducted on a closed court circuit in Waterloo, Canada. An additional Lexus served as a human-controlled test vehicle. This experiment had 4 trials, each consisting of 4 events. Each event attempted to isolate a particular driving style variable independently. We had a passing event which measured the participants' response to variations in lateral distance from the vehicle. The smaller the distance, the more aggressive the driving style. The stopping at an intersection event measured the longitudinal acceleration and jerk. This event studied both the deceleration during braking as well as the acceleration away from the intersection. There was a second stop event behind a stationary test vehicle, primarily aimed at isolating the longitudinal distance from that vehicle. The smaller the longitudinal distance, the more aggressive the driving style. This event inevitably confounded the distance with the acceleration and jerk during the stop. Finally, we had a turning event in which a participant responded to the lateral acceleration and jerk during a sharp turn. 2 sets of self-reported scores of comfort and anxiety were collected. The first consisted of verbal on-the-fly questions that we asked after each event. These questions captured the rating of comfort and anxiety on a scale of 1 to 10. And the second was a competitive state anxiety inventory 2 questionnaire that we asked at the end of each trial. We used the somatic subscale of this questionnaire, which ranged from 9 to 36 points. We recruited 20 participants, 10 males, 10 females, aged between 19 and 64 years of age. A pre-questionnaire showed that 70% of them preferred defensive driving styles, and most had much higher average trust in autonomous vehicles. This trust level could possibly be attributed to the fact that participants were primarily students from a technical university.
We ran an initial analysis to understand the role that each event played in the passenger's physiological response. We carried out this analysis independent of the underlying driving style and found that stopping events significantly raised passenger response levels more so than sharp turns and closely passing by a parked vehicle. This result demonstrates how critical a given event is on passenger comfort irrespective of the driving style. We then analyzed the driving style parameters themselves. This included individual variation to longitudinal and lateral components of acceleration, jerk, and distance to the agent vehicle. The goal of this analysis was to understand which of these driving style parameters most significantly affect a passenger's physiological response, and hence their comfort or anxiety. We immediately found that the presence of a lead vehicle on its own tends to raise response levels. Expectedly, the magnitude of longitudinal acceleration and jerk also increased the response level in either direction. But more interesting to note was the magnified nature of this effect in the presence of a lead vehicle. In fact, not only the presence, but also the proximity of the lead vehicle itself moderates the effect of acceleration and jerk. In other words, the closer participants were to the car ahead, the more uncomfortable they were about the stop. We ran a final analysis on the self-report scores, in which we related them to each of the physiological responses we measured. The goal here was to validate the ability of these physiological signals to reflect the self-reported comfort and anxiety scores. As expected, we found that galvanic skin response was a significant predictor of comfort and anxiety. Heart rate was also found to be similarly correlated, though the effect was not significant. These results served as a confirmation that we were indeed measuring comfort and anxiety, and they offer further insight into the physiological measurements that can be used in future in-vehicle studies.
We will now combine both our qualitative and quantitative results and put it all together. Stopping events were the most uncomfortable events we studied. This effect was further magnified by the presence of a lead vehicle. Not only was this presence a strong indicator, but the proximity also played a large role. This, unsurprisingly, was also confirmed during participant interviews, where the majority, 13 out of 20, 14 out of 20, reported stopping at an intersection as among the most uncomfortable events. Jerkiness of the driving style also played a large role in participants' discomfort, with some participants stating it was akin to teaching their children how to drive, and yet others felt that discomfort came both from hard braking and the revving of the engine during acceleration. Even with an aggressive driving style, turning was not found to cause much discomfort. This was confirmed both by the qualitative interviews, in which only 8 out of the 20 participants expressed any discomfort in a turning event, and in the quantitative data analysis, where lateral acceleration was not a significant predictor of physiological signals and thus comfort. The passing of a vehicle was another event that caused little to no discomfort, as only 4 of the participants claimed to feel any discomfort during this event. Finally, and most importantly, individual preferences depicted as the ID random effect were found to be significant across all responses. This solidified evidence that passengers do indeed have individual comfort levels, which, if violated, can cause anxiety. This leads us to the major takeaways from the study. The type of event really mattered. Stopping events behind stationary object had the greatest response to comfort and anxiety. This should be studied in greater detail in future studies. The presence of a lead vehicle, along with its proximity, modulated the effect of deceleration behind that vehicle. Galvanic skin response was found to be the most significant in predicting comfort, making it a potential candidate for other autonomous vehicle studies. Lastly, and most importantly, individual responses vary significantly. This means that 2 different passengers can have different responses to the same driving style.
So how do these results really help us? For one, by understanding which driving style parameters affect passenger comfort, we can introduce passenger-specific driving styles that accommodate individual preferences. We can then avoid relying purely on fixed presets that could otherwise be too aggressive or maybe even too defensive. We can even take this a step further and adapt the driving style in an on-the-fly manner. To this end, we could use unobtrusive physiological measurements, such as heart rate and skin response, as implicit sources of passenger feedback to inform changes to the driving style. Multimodal feedback can then be used to communicate these on-the-fly changes back to the passenger and help keep them in the loop. Thus, by catering to individual driving preferences and responding to changes in comfort, we can build systems that actively accommodate the passenger's individual needs instead of relying on a one-size-fits-all approach. As a result, we can help reduce the fears associated with riding in a fully autonomous vehicle, and consequently help pave the way to a more widespread embrace of this rapidly evolving technology. Potential directions for future work include exploring additional events such as cut-in and more complex intersection events, as well as events involving pedestrians. We can also investigate additional driving style parameters such as velocity and time to collision. We can adjust our models to control for weather and understand its impact on passenger comfort, as well as account for unexpected events such as emergency takeovers or obstacles. Additionally, we can begin investigating methods that adaptively adjust the driving style in an on-the-fly manner, while considering additional difficulties such as accommodating the needs of multiple passengers in a single vehicle. As we reach the end of our talk, we would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone involved in supporting us through this project. Specifically, we would like to thank our co-authors, as well as the University of Waterloo for all the help and resources they provided.
Okay, thank you, Nicole and Marco. We are now live with Oliver Schneider, another author of the paper. Hi, Oliver.
Hi, Quentin.
Cool talk. So I'm going to start with a question that was asked on Twitch. When recruiting, did any people say they wouldn't participate due to perceived potential danger in riding in a completely autonomous vehicle? So the person is wondering if there is potential small selection bias in participants. Are they already more likely to trust autonomous driving than possibly the more general population?
Right. So, to my knowledge, I don't think anyone explicitly said they would not participate in the study. I'd have to confirm with the lead authors to make sure that's true. If it's the case, it would be only 1 or 2 people, I think. But we did recruit from a population of people in a university town which is a very tech-focused town as well. I mean, it's Waterloo. So there probably is some bias in the population of people that we collected. So I don't think it's maybe as extreme as you're worried about, but that definitely is a limitation of the study.
Thank you. So before I ask my own question, I would like to remind the audience that if they have any question, they can ask them by writing in the chats of Twitch or YouTube or whatever streaming platform they are using, and I will add them. So I have one question of my whole, and I was wondering if the emotional responses that you measured during the study would differ to the one that someone would have just by being in a car with a driver that they don't know, even if it's a human driver.
Right. So that's a very good question. I think that, we don't know the answer. I'd have to speculate. My guess is that it would be similar results, but maybe muted, depending on A, whether it's a human driver or not, and B, whether they knew the driver or not. There's another study from last year from Müll et al. That looked at how people trusted the autonomous vehicle versus the human driver, even though it was a simulated human driver, so it was always an autonomous vehicle actually driving. And they found that people trusted a human driver much more than the autonomous vehicle. So I think that there's, at least with the state of the technology right now, people tend to trust human drivers over autonomous vehicles. So I don't know if it's because it's the level of the technology right now, or if it's because there's something else going on with a human driver. Maybe it's this fact that you could have a closed loop system, like a driver might be aware of your preferences, maybe or maybe not. And so they might be able to adapt based off of your reactions. But I think the study that I'm talking about really only looked at driving styles as a whole. And what we found in this study, because we did it on a closed track, is we found that these events were what really found was a much stronger effect than the overall driving style. And so I think that we'd have to look more closely into those events and at a finer grain level of different interactions when driving to be able to see if that effect would happen with if we could replicate that effect with our study or a similar study.
Interesting. Are you aware, just on top of my mind, are you aware of any long-term study with autonomous driving? Like, does this again, the emotional responses that you measured, do you see like something that is, maybe going down as time goes and people get more used to the vehicle?
I would imagine that is the case. I'm not aware of any long-term study, but I'm sure that people in the industry have collected some data, just not probably the level of physiological data that we were able to collect on this study here. So I think that as the technology becomes more prominent, people become more trusting of it, it becomes more normalized. But there could also be this differing factor that maybe there's something we have to design in the system, like some sort of reactivity or some smoothing out of how it interacts to also gain that trust.
Interesting. Which your study already gave some insights and what we could look at.
Yeah.
Something like you started to talk about something in your previous answer, which I found very interesting, and I was wondering if it was really maybe a question of different preferences or maybe different perception of what is safe driving, right? And if just by possibly being more transparent, so giving more feedbacks to their passenger about the driving choices that are made, could this be also tremendously help and trust and the emotional responses?
Right. I suspect so. I think one goal of this project, one area that we'd really like to go next, is on providing that transparent feedback or that closed loop, some sort of implicit interaction, so that the car can react to the passenger. We actually were hoping to try and get to that study with this work, but it turns out that running an autonomous vehicle study is fairly involved in its own right. So I think wholeheartedly, we should look into this ability to provide information about the driving decisions, ideally in a low bandwidth way, because if people are using that time to do other tasks, you want to make sure you're not intruding upon that time. And we have some ideas of where to go from there. So hopefully we'll be able to come up with those.
Interesting. I'm really looking forward for this. Question from Mark Cody. How were the autonomous vehicle capabilities introduced to the participants? The person says, I recall there being work that suggests that the introduction has significant effect on trust.
Right. So unfortunately, I'd have to direct you to the lead authors to get the details on that. I believe we gave most of the capabilities of the vehicle. And of course, they only participate if they had, gave informed consent. So, in this case, I can't speak to the nuances. So I'd direct you towards the lead authors for that.
Thank you, Oliver. I have no more questions. If there is someone from the audience who has a last question they want to ask, I think we still have a bit of time. We actually have plenty of time. If not, maybe we can wait for 1 or 2 minutes because there's some delay with the streaming platforms. Otherwise, I think we can end this first session with this.
I'll stay on the line for a couple minutes, but let the chair decide how we proceed.
Well, let's just wait to 20 to 10 maybe. Someone is asking, Waterloo HCI, Robert, did anything surprise you during the study?
Oh, that's a good question. So I think there's maybe 2 standout surprises. I think one from the study itself is that people tend to get quite bored at the end of the study. So even if people were fairly distrustful, it seems like people were, regardless of the trust entering the study, I think by the end of the later session, because they went around the track 4 times, they were starting to feel quite bored. And so having a different task or having shorter sessions might be something that might be more important in the future. And we're just like, oh, how do you deal with this? So that was probably one of the surprises that emerged from the study itself. From the analysis, I think this idea that the events were really the important part was the interesting and surprising finding. we had designed the study around these different driving styles. So the idea that it would be aggressive or defensive, and it would respond in different ways. But we found that effect was reduced overall, and we really had to get into this fine-grained event level analysis. And I think that's something that's missing from prior literature, and something that we were able to look at here because we were working at this close track and we were able to control the environment. Is these specific events are really what matter or have the strongest effect. And so that's where I think we really want to direct our efforts to follow up on this work.
It's a good thing, though, that like they're getting bored in a way.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I don't think people were distrustful of the car. So this does give it some validity down the line when these technologies are maybe a bit more normalized, potentially.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We have another question by
Yes.
Mark again. Will you investigate whether these responses are consistent over time, or whether they might become less significant with a combination, or with a more demanding, non-driving related task?
Right. So that's a very good question. We had people watch a video in this and look at their phone. Different tasks might influence how much they notice what's going on around them. And in the study, they're directed to kind of act naturalistically. So they look at the screen, and then maybe they look up if something happened, but they go back to their screen. So they didn't have to stay glued to their task. So it wasn't a completely absorbing task. And I imagine that would change the effect. I wonder if it would change the effect of a lead vehicle, because the other finding we found is that the presence of an active object, for example, stopped behind a car, it magnified the effect of stopping. But if people are more involved in their tasks, they might not notice that car as much. And so I wonder if it might mute some of that effect if they have reduced awareness of what's going on outside of the car. But again, this is speculation. I think that's a good area to look at for future work. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Oliver. I think we can end with this.
Thank you.
So we'll have a short break until the next session, which I think start at 10. So thank you, everyone, and see you in 10 minutes. Yeah, no, 20 minutes.
everyone, and welcome to the second session on mentoring and work. My name is Cheryl Lau, and I'll be your chair for the session. I'm an incoming master's student at the University of Waterloo, and I'm excited to be on the stream. Our first talk is presented by Anastasia Kuzmink, who is unfortunately unable to make it to this stream. So if you have any questions or want to find out more about her research, you can take a look at the paper and contact her by her email that's on there. The paper is called Classification of Functional Attention in Video Meetings.
Hello, I'm Anastasia Kuzminic, and this is a video presentation of work published at CHI 2020 that was done with my colleague Sean Wintel at Microsoft Research Cambridge. In this work, we're exploring what does it mean for a system to recognize attention during video-mediated meetings. And the primary motivation here lies in the current conceptual gap between what a system can potentially recognize in a video stream and what is functionally reasonable to recognize, and how we can meaningfully process these data. Specifically, there are a number of available computer vision mechanics. For example, we can recognize persons' identity, their pose, their gaze direction, a number of objects in the environment. And our goal was to figure out how these very granular computer vision mechanics can be used to support attention in teleconferencing meetings. And to approach this task, first, it was crucial to understand what it actually means to support attention. Because attention, as a set of cognitive processes, lays as much in our sense-making abilities as it does in our physical abilities. So that means that it is not enough to be able to see things. We also need to understand what is meaningful to recognize and what is meaningful to support. We decided to focus on work meetings, and besides looking deeply into what other people have done previously, we have also conducted 2 studies on sense-making and selectiveness of attention in work meetings. We first conducted semi-structured interviews to explore what aspects of visual attention contribute to participants' engagement in meetings. And we also wanted to see how these aspects are affected by remote participation. And then, to further probe the emerged themes, we conducted a quasi-experiment in which we asked people to narrate silent video footage of work meetings. And we've done that because we wanted to see what people are going to notice in this pure visual information and how they are going to prioritize and interpret it. So these results provided us with more granular and procedural understanding of users' sense-making of the observable information on attention. We synthesized our findings into a 3-level functional classification of visual attention in meetings. The top level represents 3 categories of attention that a video meeting feature might potentially support. First type is attention as direction, and this is purely observable attention that constitutes only an observable process, but no interpretation of its purpose. For example, Alice is looking at Bob. Here, we need to recognize a person, called Alice, a person, called Bob, and Alice's gaze directed at Bob. And we already know how to do it, more or less. Second type is attention as action, and this reflects attention processes that are both observable and have a specific interpreted purpose. For example, Alice is not just looking at Bob, Alice is addressing Bob. Third type is attention as state, and this is the overall sense of engagement. It doesn't include any observable process and reflects only an interpretation, a purpose of such attention. For example, Alice is attentive. The second level of classification represents functions, so these interpreted or recognized purposes of each type of attention. And for attention as direction, as we said, there is no recognized purpose. For attention as state, the recognized purpose is this general sense of engagement, so to be mentally there. And then, in our work, we have identified 3 functions of attention as action, this purple part in the middle. And these functions include information gathering function, when we look to see or listen to hear, communicative signaling function, when we look to be seen, and then the process following function, when we look to be a part of a process, when we look to participate. Finally, each of 3 functions of attention as action correspond to a set of functionalities within a work meeting. And these functionalities are specific tasks and activities performed through attention actions. And this forms the third level of the classification. For example, gathering reactive social information refers to collecting information on how people reacted to one's action. At the same time, gathering proactive social information allows people to assess, for example, who is present, what is the social environment, or say when it is appropriate to start speaking. Signaling function allows to address a person by looking at them, or to demonstrate the intention, for example, to take a turn speaking. Finally, following function allows to work around an artifact, such as an object on the table or say a whiteboard, and to focus on one thread of conversation when a discussion in the room splits into several streams. Since attention as action constitutes both an observable action and its interpretation, its recognition, of course, is predicated on attention as direction. So first we need to be able to observe the action, and then we, on top of it, add an interpretation. But interestingly, the results from both of our studies also showed that the ability to perform this purposeful attention action, so the purple side in the middle, also significantly contributes to the overall sense of engagement of meeting participants, so attention as state. And so while keeping remote participants genuinely engaged and mentally checked in is the ultimate goal of feature supporting user attention, and on the other hand, attention as direction is the only one that is directly detectable, so the only one that is strictly available for machine vision, to suggest that attention as action has both detectable structure, meaningful functionality, and it affects participants' engagement. So that means that attention as action probably yields the most promising initial direction for attention-based feature development. And with that, I would like to thank you for listening and invite you to read the full paper for more details on this study.
Cool work and very relevant given our increased video call usage nowadays. Unfortunately, Anastasia couldn't be here to answer questions, but feel free to contact her through email, which can be found on the paper. Our second talk is by Nikita Joshi, who is presenting MicroMentor, peer-to-peer software help sessions in 3 minutes or less. She's available for questions afterwards, so please comment any questions you have on whichever streaming platform you're on.
Hello everyone, my name is Nikita Joshi, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Waterloo. This work was done in collaboration with Justin Mataika, Fraser Anderson, Toby Grossman, and George Fitzmaurice at Autodesk Research. We explore the idea of time-bounded one-on-one help and create MicroMentor to facilitate this type of interaction. Feature-rich software like Photoshop and Fusion 360 can be quite challenging to learn. And over-the-shoulder learning, which is informal learning between colleagues in a workplace, is one of the most popular and preferred help-seeking strategies. However, it may not always be available, for example, if you're working remotely. And even when it is available, people are often reluctant to ask for help, either due to embarrassment or a fear of disturbing others. We've become accustomed to consuming small tidbits of information, like tweets. In fact, it's been shown that the restrictive nature of services like Twitter can actually encourage more use. There's less of a barrier to creating content, and it incentivizes getting to the point. According to the Ellsberg paradox, we prefer to bet on specific known odds, even if they're quite low, over ambiguous probabilities. So we tend to avoid uncertainty, and we can notice some trends with this when it involves time. For example, a to-do list that has an estimated duration can help reduce procrastination. And a written article that includes an estimated read time can help increase engagement. So we like restrictions, and we like to avoid uncertainty. Could a time limit encourage more help seeking? We feel that if an asker and a helper both know exactly how much time they're going to commit to providing or receiving help, that people will be more encouraged to ask for it and provide their assistance because there's not much of a barrier there and they know exactly what they're getting into. And to date, nothing has really explored this idea. Previous systems like Lemonade and Codon focus on providing additional context, and systems like Answer Garden focus on ensuring that experts are answering new questions rather than repeated duplicates. Code Mentor tries to mimic over-the-shoulder learning by connecting users via video chat for help sessions where they can collaborate with one another over a shared code editor. But these sessions are paid, they're not bounded by any time limit, and it's only focused on coding. So we contribute the idea of time-bounded one-on-one help sessions and find that 3 minutes is enough time for novices to receive help from an expert user. We create MicroMentor to facilitate this type of interaction, and we found that participants were overall satisfied with these short help sessions. To better understand time-bounded help, as well as some of the limits and opportunities, we conducted a formative study with 6 Fusion 360 users. 3 of them were experts, and 3 of them were novices. The novices were given an open-ended design task in Fusion 360, and they could not use any online resources, so no blogs, no videos, nothing. So their only way to get help was by asking for an expert. And when they asked for help, we assigned them a random expert as well as a random time limit, and the helper could only help them out for that duration. We tested 3 time limits in total, 1 minute, 3 minutes, as well as a no time limit condition, which was our control. Overall, participants asked 37 questions, and many of them were successfully answered in 3 minutes or less. Participants indicated their level of stress after every session, and with 1 minute, they only reported being not at all stressed 19% of the time. With 3 minutes and no time limit, this number was much larger. Participants indicated whether they thought that the question was successfully answered or not. With no time limit, questions were considered to have been answered 92% of the time. With 3 minutes, though, this was 83% of the time. And with 1 minute, questions were only considered to have been answered 39% of the time. So these results seem to suggest that 3 minutes is kind of a sweet spot here, and this was confirmed by our discussion with the participants. They felt that 3 minutes was enough time to explain a problem, clarify, and received a focused response with very little stress. In fact, a lot of the askers actually felt that having no time limit was quite unnecessary, and some of them even felt guilty for using up more of the helper's time. Some of the helpers noted that when they only had 1 minute, they were kind of encouraged to give more quick and dirty solutions that may not actually be best practice. So with 3 minutes, there was much more time to provide a detailed response. Askers noted that there was much more pressure to ask short and focused questions, but helpers preferred this over long-winded questions. Helpers noted that in their day-to-day life, they often get asked the same questions over and over again, and some of the askers actually noted that the choice of helper may in fact be more important than the time limit. So it's unclear how a quick help system could address these 2 issues. Using our results, as well as findings from previous work, we put together a set of design guidelines for future developers and designers. So first and foremost, this is maybe a bit obvious, but fixed time is important. We think that all help sessions should end after 3 minutes to encourage more participation, and we also think that we should encourage short questions by also introducing a time limit. We think this idea of quick help should extend beyond the actual help session, and that all major steps should be automated to help lower these transaction costs and, again, encourage a very seamless interaction with the system. To mitigate the risks of helpers answering the same questions multiple times, old help sessions should be saved for other people to view. And finally, previous work shows the importance of using context, and we feel that this is especially true when it involves time-bounded help. So we think that context should be automatically captured and shared for helpers to use. All of this put together led us to create MicroMentor, which I'll describe now. There's a small pink button placed at the bottom right corner of the user screen, and clicking on it will start a screen and audio recording. This will allow the user to explain their problem in plain English and show the problem itself. This recording can only last for 16 seconds. This information is automatically attached to the help session or to the help request and transcribed to save time with typing. To mitigate risk of helpers being paired to questions that they're really not able to answer, MicroMentor will create a ranking of potential helpers for every incoming help request. To save some time, I'm not going to go into too much detail right now, but in short, MicroMentor will use a variety of factors when summed up to create a match score out of 100. These factors are command history, expertise, time since the last help session so that it's not the same people answering the questions over and over again, previous interactions with the helper to help try to foster a more long-term relationship, the average rating they've received, additional skills, and how relevant these additional skills are to the topic at hand. So, like I said before, these are added up together to create a match score out of 100, and MicroMentor will use this match score to create an ordinal ranking of helpers. It'll then issue notifications to helpers using this order so that people who have the highest match score, in other words, the people who are most qualified and are most able to respond, are encouraged to accept the request before everyone else. There are two main ways to accept a request. First, a notification will appear in the top right corner of the user screen. Here, they can view the topic, the application, match score, and any supplementary materials like a recording. Clicking Accept will start the help request, and clicking Remind will snooze the notification for 10 seconds, and the notification will reappear if it is still opened and no one else has claimed it. The user can also browse through all open requests under the Answer tab and search for requests that meet their skill set. Clicking on a specific request will start the help session. After a request has been accepted, the asker is given a 5-second warning before they're automatically added to a video conference call with the helper. Together, they can collaborate with one another using a share screen view. So screen sharing, video, and audio are all automatically initiated to help create a more seamless transition. A toolbar placed at the bottom shows the topic of the request, as well as some additional features like annotation and remote control capabilities. A timer shows how much time is left for the help session. After 3 minutes, the call will automatically end. MicroMentor asks users to provide a rating out of 5 stars based on their satisfaction with the helper's response. If they were unsatisfied, so they gave a rating of 3 stars or lower, MicroMentor will ask them if they would like to reopen the request, and if the user says yes, the request is opened automatically, except the previous helper will not be notified of this request because they did a poor job earlier. All of these sessions are automatically recorded and transcribed to build a set of archives that can help a broader audience. Under the Answer tab, users can browse through these archives and search for specific archives using all contextual information like the topic, application, commands, as well as the transcript itself. Clicking on a specific archive will open a detailed archive view, and here they can rewatch the video and they can view the transcript. Clicking on specific lines of the transcript will jump the video to that point in time to make finding information a bit easier. The user can send videos to themselves or their colleagues, or they can email the helper or the asker to get more information kind of beyond MicroMentor and to foster a more long-term relationship. We evaluate MicroMentor using a similar approach as before. However, we had 4 helpers, which were Fusion 360 experts, and 8 askers, which were novices. We tested 2 conditions in this study. The first was using online resources, and the next was using MicroMentor. Like before, the askers were given an open-ended design task in Fusion 360. With the online resources condition, all help was independent, so they did not have access to a helper, and they could use basically whatever resource was available online, like a blog post, video, whatever they preferred. With MicroMentor, all help was targeted towards the helpers, and the helpers could only respond to these requests through MicroMentor. Overall, there were 40 help requests with MicroMentor, and here's what the average request looked like. After the asker posted a question, it usually took 30 seconds before a helper accepted it. 5 seconds later, they both joined the video call, and then the average video call lasted a little over 2 minutes. So the total, timeline of how people would use MicroMentor was a little under 3 minutes long. When looking at the star ratings that the askers and helpers provided, we can see that most people gave high star ratings, so ratings of 4 or 5, for over 2/3 of all requests. So from all of this, it seems like MicroMentor was easy to use, useful, and a lot of the participants preferred using MicroMentor over traditional help resources. So it seems like quick help systems like MicroMentor could become valuable help-seeking tools. There are many other avenues for future work, and we discuss a few right now. First, it's unclear how quick help sessions could turn into a more long-term relationship. So how can we help do that? There are also many other approaches for matching helpers to questions, as well as routing questions in general. For example, there's different ways of triaging questions and things like that that we have yet to explore. It's also unclear how to support different types of helpers. In our case, we assumed that all of the experts would be helpers, but novices can also help, but it's possible that they just require a little more help, and there's maybe some tools that we could provide to help bridge that gap. One major challenge is extending this system to a greater user base and encouraging more participation. Right now, MicroMentor will give a point to users every time they accept a request, but additional incentives would be beneficial here, and additional gamifications may be beneficial too. One possible example is that users can spend their points for premium help requests, which would guarantee them an expert as well as a little more time, so maybe 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes. It's also unclear how this data could be used to inform interface design. So for example, if MicroMentor notices that there are a lot of questions that have the same tools involved, it could aggregate this information and send it off to developers who can then improve it and release out a patch for a future software update or something like that. So in short, we create and evaluate MicroMentor, an on-demand system that connects users via video chat for short 3-minute help sessions. Thank you so much for listening.
Now we have Nikita Joshi available to answer questions. Hey, Nikita.
Hey.
All right, so we have a couple questions from the stream comments. So Yan Chen asks, Nikita, did you guys find any strong correlations between the time of each help session and the task complexity or user's experience?
Yeah, that's a great question. During the formative study, we typically found that questions that were answered pretty quickly were usually kind of straightforward, and the asker knew kind of exactly what to ask for, so that was pretty important. So for example, things like, where can I find this tool, or how can I cut out this shape from this other shape? Like, these were all pretty straightforward questions that that were all obviously pretty easy, and also the askers actually knew how to state these questions. So I would say, like, actually the asker having the right vocabulary was a bit more important. In cases where the question was a bit more complex, and also when they just didn't really know the right terminology, it took them much longer to actually explain the problem. So I would say those questions took a bit longer than these kind of straightforward questions. So I would say definitely the easier questions were typically answered in like less than 1 minute, but the more complex questions were answered within kind of the 3-minute range or this no time limit range. So, and but I don't think we actually noticed anything in terms of the user's experience, since all of the novices were pretty equal in terms of their previous experience with using Fusion 360. So I'd say it was more related to the question complexity, and also just how familiar they were with the vocabulary, and if they knew how to ask the question, period. But yeah, that's a good question.
actually pretty related to the next question. So the next question is from Judy Kim, and it's is there a reason to select 3 minute? Time might be set to 5 to 10 minutes for strongly disagreed people.
Yeah, definitely. So the reason why we chose 3 minutes was because typically when people use kind of online resources, so for example, people typically stay on a website for around 3 to 4 minutes. And we found that also from previous work that people generally like these short videos that were kind of, I want to say like 3 to 5 minutes long. So it was kind of in that range anyway. So we thought that if people are naturally kind of staying or using an online resource for roughly 3 minutes, that we might as well test that as one of our time constraints. But I agree, there are many different time limits that we could test, and the time limit itself may be, like certain time limits may be more relevant to other domains. So in our case, we tested kind of creative, kind of GUI-based applications, and we found that 3 minutes was pretty good, but it's definitely possible with some other forms of applications and other kind of user bases too that different time limits would be more appropriate. So yeah, that's a great question.
I think all of our questions are kind of related to the general choice of the time. So our next question, this is partially answered by one of the slides, but maybe you could elaborate a little bit more on like interesting trends you saw in the ratio of time between like how long the participant asked the question and the time that was used for the expert to answer
Sorry,
it.
you kind of cut out there for a bit.
Oh, I don't know which part I cut out at.
Yeah, you said
but-
that ratio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on like interesting trends you found in the ratio of the time that the participant took to ask the question versus the time that the expert took to answer the question within that session.
Yeah, that's definitely a good question. So one thing that we found interesting was, so I kind of said this earlier that participants, if it was kind of an easy question, they knew how to ask the question, that they were pretty quick at getting to the point. But when they didn't really know what was going on, they framed their questions more as like an explanation or like almost like a story. So they would say, hey, so I was trying to do this, but I don't really know what's going on here, rather than saying, I need to know this information. So they would almost paint it as a bit of a, frame it as a story. And I said this before, but helpers didn't really like this. But also when they had a time limit, a lot of the times the asker took so long to ask their question that they, so I mentioned this before, like they resorted to these Band-Aid solutions. But another thing that we noticed was that a lot of the time participants, the helpers would kind of take over. So they would either take over control of the mouse or the keyboard. And they basically just said, like, I don't have time to actually explain to you. I'm just going to do it for you or show it to you. So that was kind of an interesting trend that we noted, this idea that when time was getting close to, or the limit was getting close, that they would just be so pressured to give a solution that they would want to take over the screen. And that kind of led us to go into this or develop some of these remote control capabilities and that kind of thing. So yeah, there were definitely some patterns that we noticed with like how they were delivering their help based on how the asker was actually asking the question. So it's definitely a very interesting dynamic between the two parties with every help session. Hopefully that answers your question.
Super interesting. We have another question. It's from Ian Chen. He's asking if there are any anecdotes, like the kind of task or user behavior for the situations that went over 3 minutes. So like which scenarios ended up in a session that lasted longer than 3 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. So in one of our help sessions, this was one of the sessions with no time limit. For example, like they were trying to like create a material or something like that in Fusion 360, and they got a helper that was quite keen to provide them with a solution, but I think the asker was kind of detecting that they may not be as skilled with that, with using these features as they had thought. But rather than the helper kind of acknowledging this and kind of leading, they had a like 15-minute help session. So it was very long. And that was actually the help session where they said, oh, like I kind of think that I would want someone who's actually more skilled rather than the time limit. Like I think that's a bit more important. So that led us to develop this kind of mentor matching system. But it was interesting that the helpers were still so keen to provide help that even if it took up, it went a little over 3 minutes and they may not have those skills, they were still pretty interested in doing it. But it was actually the asker who was not as keen to use up that time. So it was a really interesting dynamic there. In terms of some other scenarios where there was a 3-minute time limit that went over, a lot of the participants even noted that, even if they didn't get a full, complete solution to the question, a lot of them felt that with 3 minutes, they were still able to get a very good head start. And a lot of the novices kind of wanted to learn by themselves and they wanted to do things independently. So they thought that having just enough information to kind of make some progress on their own was good enough. And 3 minutes, even if their question was not totally answered, 3 minutes was enough time for them to kind of get a good lead with the problem that they were trying to tackle. So a lot of them were quite satisfied with these 3-minute help sessions, even if it wasn't totally answered.
Much. I think we can have one more question. Let me just check if we have any. We don't. So I guess one of my questions was the idea of lowering transaction costs is pretty interesting. So what could future quick help systems implement to have an even faster experience with the system?
That's a very good idea. And I think that one thing that could definitely be improved is this idea of kind of searching for and browsing through archives. And one thing that I would personally like to see is this idea of having like an archive match score. So with our, like when you get an open help request, there's a match score that kind of says, here's how well we think that you would be at answering this question. But what if we had something similar, but with the archive? So here's how relevant we think that this archive is to your interests or what you're trying to do in the last, 10 minutes. So I think having something to make archive retrieval kind of a bit easier would be kind of the next thing I would do to lower those transaction costs.
I'd love to see that implemented for sure. Okay, so I think that wraps it up for this talk. Yeah, thank you so much, Nikita.
Yeah, I think Cheryl.
So our last talk of the session is by Tina Chan, who's presenting post-hackathon learning circles, supporting lean startup development. She's also available to answer questions after this talk.
My name is Tina Chan, and I'm presenting the case study, Post-Hackathon Learning Circles, Supporting Lean Startup Development on behalf of my co-authors, McMurray, Levy, Wallace, and Sveistrup. Hackathons are time-limited hands-on opportunities for participants known as hackers to identify novel solutions to societal problems which are hard to control or deal with. Hackers would then create and pitch rapid prototypes of solutions, called hacks, in a concluding competition for prizes and awards. The prizes are often used to encourage hackers to commercialize prototypes into impactful products, acting as seed funding or validation for potential investors. However, it is not clear how to best facilitate the transition from medtech or medical technology hackathon groups to medtech startups in practice. While startups use a lean startup and agile methodology to shorten product development life cycles with continuous testing and iterative development with end users, this can be difficult with medical technologies given their high barrier to entry fields. Our main research question is, how can we support medtech startups born from hackathons? To explore this question, we observed an event held after a medtech hackathon hosted to give winning hackathon teams a chance to connect with key stakeholders, including patients, reflect on prototypes, and consider business models through mentorship. This consisted of a qualitative field study with 4 finalist hackathon teams through video conference interviews. We also chose to focus on a process termed learning circles. Through our observations and interviews, we found that learning circles complemented the lean startup process of medtech groups from hackathons in particular. Learning circles are an Aboriginal method of knowledge sharing where a group of people come together to engage in a dialogue about a common interest. The circle assumes equality of all participants and could permit hackers to interact with key stakeholders and stakeholders to give feedback on even ground. Learning circles have been used in software development in interdisciplinary teams and have 4 phases: reflection, learning, planning, and action, which provides structure to a meeting and allows participants to change a situation or behavior based on peer evaluation. Through our case study, we learned that learning circles can build shared understanding and help hackers develop a deeper understanding of the user, market, industry, and technology related to their chosen problem. But it was also necessary to acknowledge stakeholders' cultural differences, specifically some stakeholders' unfamiliarity with hackathon cultures. And lastly, although participant equality was assumed in the learning circles model, teams admittedly prioritized certain mentors' times and views over others. The post-hackathon event we observed was held 2 weeks after MedTech Hackathon with the theme of technology, social isolation, and aging. The event brought together a total of 4 finalist teams, 2 from Kitchener and 2 from Ottawa, to pitch for further seed funding. The winning teams and mentors networked over food, listened to a keynote by a successful MedTech, and then the teams pitched their winning hacks with a 5-minute pitch about their solutions and answered clarifying questions in a 3-minute question round with the judges and audience. Following the pitches, the teams had an opportunity to further refine their idea in one of 4 learning circles which took place concurrently, with each table focusing on one pitches team's ideas. The learning circle event was 1 hour in length with 15-minute rotations of mentors, and each team received input from approximately 20 mentors. A facilitator at each table ensured that the discussion was balanced and progressive, and documented the discussion continuously on a flip chart for reflection. The facilitator also emphasized the goal of stimulating ideas with in-depth insights to prioritize the hacker's learning. And mentors helped plan a desirable future state for the presented projects based on their unique perspectives and experience. Importantly, the learning circles allowed the teams to interact with key stakeholders on equal ground, gather new requirements, and confirm validity of their proposed business models as an early step of action in lean startup development. After learning circles, judges deliberated on the winner based on pitches and their involvement in the learning circles and awarded the prize. Within 4 weeks of the finale, we conducted video conference interviews with 12 of the 18 members of the hackathon teams. Interviews were semi-structured and half-houred, with 2 women and 10 men. Question prompts were based off observation from the finale and explored the hackers' perceptions of learning circles, resources and relationships generated from the learning circles, and the barriers and enablers to lean startup development. Interview data and field notes were then transcribed verbatim, imported into InVivo, and then iteratively coded by 3 of the authors to identify 3 common themes specific to learning circles and lean startup development. The first theme: learning circles build a shared understanding. The market risk of new products, both hardware and/or software development, is best mitigated with interdisciplinary teams, and the users iteratively engage in different phases of this development life cycle. We found that learning circles were able to facilitate this collaboration, including the experiences of end users, whom in this case were older adults. As one participant describes, there were discussions of, in the future, how you could use this, and the discussion of the market around it, and discussion of the clinical applications, and discussions from the healthcare provider's perspective, and the patient's perspective, and things like that. I think it was a lot more hands-on, and I think the discussion was a lot more useful. The generative discussion from a broad range of subject matter mentors helped this team better understand actionable next steps for their product, which was for clinical applications. However, we also found barriers to the use of learning circles through the theme stakeholder culture clash. We observed the judging at hackathons take an over-appreciative approach to encourage entrepreneurship, and the participating older adults were unfamiliar with this culture of appreciation. The older adults were more focused on whether the solutions solved problems they understood, with one participant describing. They were interested in solutions, but they weren't coming from a perspective of, I made solutions for things before and I'm going to apply my experience here. At least, that's what I thought of it. Some participants also felt their advice was tangential to the progress, with saying, I found that each section there was a senior that would dominate everything, yet this hacker felt that they were unable to cut them off out of respect. Lastly, although equity was assumed in the learning circle model, teams preferred some mentors' time over others upon meeting them. It was hard because we met her during the learning circle, and we had to pay attention to the co-design and not necessarily just her. One participant describes and then mentions deliberately spending time networking outside of the learning circles to receive feedback from potential collaborators. The 15-minute rotation could also be better spent if they knew who was in the learning circle ahead of time to prepare expectations, with one participant saying, just knowing who might have been there, we might prepare ourselves to ask them questions. We have a lot of questions that we would have loved to get feedback on. So in summary, our takeaways from this case study are that learning circles aid in the startup process of medtech startups. Specifically, we suggest using learning circles to involve stakeholders early on in the medtech startup development process to effectively help hackers develop a deeper understanding of their problem's needs. But We also suggest informing teams, learning circle participants attending before the event so they could pre-plan appropriate questions in short session times if longer session times are not feasible, essentially to preserve the equity of a learning circle's participation by optimizing the attention and time spent within groups. And lastly, mentors' experience with hackathon culture and technology should be assessed in advance. An appropriate orientation could be provided to improve mentors' experience and their ability to support startup ecosystems. In the words of a participant, mentorship for mentors leading up to the learning circles would be very helpful. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
So that was some very interesting work. Unfortunately, Tina's not on the line right now to answer questions, so we'll just take a short break. And then when she's back online and there are some more questions in the chat, then we'll answer them for sure. All right, thank you guys. So we're back. Unfortunately, Tina isn't able to make it to the stream right now to answer questions, but her contact information is on the paper and you can find more information on there. Hopefully she'll be able to join us later on in the day to answer some more questions, and we are keeping track of the ones that have already been sent in the stream. Thank you all so much for joining us for the session, and we're going to have a short break and be back at 11 for the next session.
Hi everyone, my name is Joseph Tu, and I'm currently a graduate student at the University of Waterloo, and I'll be your chair for this session.
Hi everyone, my name is Joseph Tu, and I'm currently...
Our first talk will be presented by Marcella Bonfim. Food literacy while shopping, motivating informed food purchasing behavior with a situated gameful app. She'll be available for questions after this talk.
Hi everyone, my name is Marcella Bonfim and I'll be presenting our work on behalf of my co-authors. When people shop for groceries, they make dozens of decisions about what to buy. They often ask questions such as, which of these cereals should be healthier? How much of this snack should I buy? So how can we support these many decisions they make when they go shopping? Mobile technology has great potential for supporting interventions that encourage healthy eating, but existing mobile applications simplify these decisions through a focus on calories, which can lead to poor nutritional choices and contribute to negative body image and eating disorders, especially among youth. But evidence on diets and health increasingly points to the importance of overall diet quality, illustrated by recent food-based guidelines such as Canada's Food Guide. And focusing on food groups and nutrients such as fiber, sugar, sodium, and fats are more meaningful than only looking at calories. Another issue with those mentioned apps is that they are designed to track consumed foods instead of supporting planning and selecting foods at the grocery store. Our study has three main contributions. We developed a mobile shopping app that promotes healthy eating patterns through food literacy skills. A 3-week field study showed that our app increased nutrition knowledge and attitudes toward healthy eating and reduced impulse purchases. And we report on how the mix of situated and gameful design features contributed to this success. So what is food literacy? It is defined as the knowledge and awareness of foods within the different food groups and nutrients and their relevance to your health and well-being, the ability or self-efficacy to choose healthy foods, and the desire or motivation to engage with food to achieve a nutritious diet. So I present to you Parrot Breeze Grocery Adventure, the gameful app that we developed to promote healthy eating patterns through food literacy skills. It was designed to be played when planning a grocery list at home and when selecting foods at the grocery store, all with the guide from Bridget, the Corgi Parrot nutritionist. Our app was developed from the perspective of meaningful gamification, incorporating different gameful design elements to motivate young adults to develop food literacy, increase awareness, and improve choices at the grocery store. Examples of gameful design elements that we used were in-store challenges, personalization of nutrients and food groups, meaningful choices through traffic light colors visualization of food components in products, learning content presented by Bridget, and the visualization of progress feedback towards healthy goals. Here is a video of the app in action at the grocery store. When scanning a product, the app shows the product's nutrients, such as fiber, sugar, sodium, and fats, using traffic light colors, which helps players assess the food's value and reflect how that products affect their current challenges. This visual information offers the player the opportunity to learn about the products, think about their decisions, and develop their own understanding of what is healthy. We compared our app to a non-situated, non-gameful nutrition app called My Food Guide, which was developed by Public Health Canada. My Food Guide was designed to create food plans based on food groups instead of meals, which can serve as a guide for grocery shopping trips. The app organizes food plans along the 4 food groups, and users add foods to a grocery list using a comprehensive set of suggested items. Thus, this app targets much of the same food literacy content as PBGA without placing an emphasis on situated learning, which provided a strong comparison to our app. We conducted a 3-week exploratory field study to understand the strengths and weaknesses of our app's design. 24 participants were recruited from the University of Waterloo, being 11 male and 13 female, with ages between 18 and 31 years old. 16 self-declared as Asian, 4 as Middle Eastern, and 4 as Caucasian, and they all received $30 for their time and commitment. Pre-study interviews were conducted with all participants. During this interview, they were introduced to the study and had some time to familiarize with the app. They filled out a background and demographic questionnaire, as well as a general nutrition knowledge questionnaire and a health belief model survey. The 24 participants were randomly assigned to use either PPGA or My Food Guide for their regular shopping trips. All interactions with PBGA were recorded directly to app logs, and because we did not have access to usage data for My Food Guide, we asked participants to send screenshots of their shopping lists and receipts for the foods that they bought. After 3 weeks, we scheduled post-study interviews, and all participants filled the General Nutrition Knowledge Questionnaire and a Health Belief Model survey, again with the order of questions changed to avoid memorability. And a semi-structured interview was also performed to gather information about participants' experience using the app, focusing on their perceptions of the app and its features. We performed a mixed factorial ANOVA for the nutrition questionnaire and health belief model survey scores. Purchases were categorized by food group, compared between groups using ANOVA. And audio files from the interviews were transcribed and then analyzed using thematic analysis. For the quantitative results, logged data and receipts showed regular use of both apps over the study period. It was found an increase in nutrition knowledge and health beliefs for both apps, with no significant difference between the apps. However, a reduction in purchases of ultra-processed foods was found for PBGA. We found the participants from both apps increased their nutrition knowledge and attitudes toward healthy eating for the different sections of the General Nutrition Knowledge Questionnaire, with no significant differences between the apps. Regarding purchases, we found that both PBGA and My Food Guide promoted purchases of foods with balance and variety, as different items with each food group were added to participants' carts. We also observed that participants using both PBGA and My Food Guide purchased more fruits and vegetables than they had planned to before going to the store. Participants who used our app made fewer impulse purchases, as they added to their shopping carts a lower number of servings of ultra-processed foods than those who used My Food Guide. So although My Food Guide was beneficial to plan healthy, it did not avoid buying much more ultra-processed foods while people were shopping. Our qualitative results demonstrated the potential for apps to develop food literacy beyond the calorie approach. We could find, with the qualitative results, the promotion of balance, variety, and moderation through participants' quotes. Participants also reported that our app features helped them to better visualize the nutrients in foods, and that they were motivated in store by gameful design elements like challenges and progress feedback. The shift beyond calories and focusing on food literacy was shown to be very positive with both apps. One participant mentioned they used to count calories and found that it led to unhealthy eating behaviors, which is compatible with the literature. She explained that she had a negative perception of how she looked, so she wanted to keep her daily calories with a certain amount But she knew that this was an unrealistic goal for her and not healthy, so she stopped looking at this information in food packages. The focus on food groups with both apps helped with balance of food, which is having appropriate amounts of all nutrients among the different food groups. Visualizing the serving needs from each food group were helpful in raising awareness about food groups that needed attention. Like in this quote from a PBJ participant, she said she was encouraged to add more fruits and vegetables to her cart when she saw she was buying less than she needed. The visualization of all products from a specific food group in my food guide provided inspiration and motivation to plan and try foods that were not included regularly, bringing more variety, which is having a wide selection of different foods. For example, this participant didn't know what was quinoa, but because she saw on the app, she researched about it and bought to try. The traffic light colors visualization of nutrition facts in PBJ helped with the concept of moderation, which is avoiding eating in excess. This visualization raised awareness about food's content. This participant, for example, showed surprise when scanning a product. He said he thought cereals should be healthier, but after scanning a certain cereal, the visualization showed that it had a lot of added sugar. Finally, challenges were frequently mentioned by participants as strong motivator while shopping, particularly for moderating purchases of items hiding sodium, fat, and sugar. So how can we support the many decisions people make when they go shopping? Using gameful design and situated learning to develop food literacy skills for more informed food decisions. To finalize my talk, these are the 3 takeaway messages to be taken from our work. Focus on food literacy, planning, and purchasing behaviors instead of calories and consumption. A situated app providing information at the time the decisions are made in a usable format, reduced impulse purchases. And finally, gameful design elements contributed to this success. Challenges were often cited as a motivating feature. So thank you for watching and listening to my talk.
That was a lovely presentation. We have a few questions in the chat for Marcella. One of the first questions is from Rena. What do you mean when you said you did not have access to the data via the app? And why did you intend to ask for the screenshots and the receipt?
Hi, everyone. Can you listen to me? Just to make sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we didn't have access to the data from the app that we were comparing, Pirate Breeze Grocery Adventure. So My Food Guide, we didn't have access to the data from the app. So we asked participants to send the screenshots and pictures of the receipt so we could see the products that they were planning to buy, as well as the products that they bought, and as well as the amount of products that they are buying. So we could have this data to compare with Pirate Breeze Grocery Adventure, which in this case we had access to the data through app logs.
Mm-hmm. So additional follow-up question from Rena as well too. Did you also look into the pre-app purchases or post-app purchases as well?
Yeah, so we didn't look for pre-app purchases. We had background questionnaires asking them what were their habits when they were grocery shopping, what were important to them, if healthy eating was something important to them. For example, And but we only compared data from the study, so planning for both groups and what both groups bought in the end. So from the planning, we could see that there was no significant difference between the app for healthy eating, for example. So fruits and vegetables, plants did not differ between the apps. So we could see that both groups did not have different intentions for healthy eating.
I think we're just going to wait a few minutes for any additional questions, but I have one from myself as well too. What would be your idea for future studies, or if you have any plans to extend this research?
So we had a lot of insights from this study, and some of them you also included in the paper. So one very important thing that we noticed during the study was the budgetary constraints that many students and young adults they face. So it is very important when we are designing for food literacy that we take this into consideration. So having features with a bigger focus on the cost of the products, and for example, make them plan and shop based on a specific budget, identify items that are in season and thus are less expensive, or they are on sale and there are healthy options, linked to local flyers. So all those examples will be interesting to bring to this approach and help those students. And we also have idea of exploring online grocery shopping, which is something that has been increasing a lot lately. So it's something that could be interesting to bring, and as well explore other food literacy skills besides planning. So for example, preparing food. So why not use situated learning and gamification to explore those different skills of food literacy.
Marcella, can you talk a little bit about the GNKQ and the HBS data? Were the participants generally high or low before or after your study?
Yeah, so the General Nutrition Knowledge Questionnaire and the Health Belief Model Survey data, there was an increase in both scores for both apps. So we could see that the app focusing on food literacy, they helped participants in general to increase their knowledge, and they're willing to select and eat healthier data. There was no significant difference between the apps for the general knowledge and the health belief model survey. So we could see that both apps worked well in making them increase these scores. But when you separated the General Nutrition Knowledge Questionnaire, they have different sections. So for example, diet and disease management was one section from the General Nutrition Knowledge Questionnaire, that there was a significant increase in PBGA. So that might be because of the focus on of the app that has Bridget to come with different content about the nutrients, and we could scan products and see products that are high in sugar, high in salt. So this could have been why there was this increase in this particular section from the General Nutrition Knowledge Questionnaire.
Okay, so I don't see any more questions in the chat. Thank you for your talk. It's very insightful. Do you have any last comments or remarks?
Yeah, thank you very much. And well, I mean, I'm just very excited with this work. And if anyone have more questions and would like to reach out to me, my email is in the paper. So yeah, I'm happy to talk about this study and answer any questions if you want. Thank you.
I think there might be a quick last follow-up question, I think we're just going to proceed to our second talk. So our second talk will be presented by Rina Webe, Personal Space in Play, Physical and Digital Boundaries in Large Displays, Cooperative and Competitive Games.
Well, aloha, Kitastic people! My name is Rina Webe, and thank you for joining me on the beautiful beaches of Hawaii.
Hello everyone, my name is Rina Webe, and I'm here to present Personal Space in Play. This work is done in collaboration with Terrence Dixon, Anastasia Cumino, my former supervisor Leonard Naka, and my current supervisor Edward Lang. This work contributes an understanding of how to design for these multi-user, large, co-located touchscreen displays. It looks at physical and digital territoriality and how it affects human behavior based on our social constructs. As these displays got larger and larger and started to accommodate more people, there became a need for us to allow for distant reaching interactions. But extended arm metaphors, just like the one showed here by Doucette 2013, did not solve all of the problems that came with sharing a large display. This was clearly demonstrated in Peltonen et al.'s 2008 paper, It's Mine, Don't Touch, where a participant in the study reacted to another participant reaching for what they considered their digital object. Further research explores the combination of reaching tools and social constructs to better understand user behavior. The positioning of people in lineups, body language, body posture, has shown to demonstrate communication of acceptable boundaries in work by Azad et al. 2012. Work by Wallace shows that violations of zones, even entrance into the intimate zones, can be permitted in the contents of a shared task. However, the tasks used in these studies are generally media sorting or visual photo placement activities. But as games researchers, we may think of acceptable behavior that's permitted just because it's a game. As a result, the research question becomes, do these findings of territoriality from these media sorting tasks apply in game situations? And do the game's social collaborative environment change player behavior? So looking at the first question, do the findings of territoriality for media sorting and urban informatics tasks apply in game situations? To understand whether territoriality applied to games, we created our own game for the study. In order to play and win the game, players either had to kill the most enemies, or players won together with a combined score. This game is based loosely on the Space Invaders trope. In the game, players must use weapons to protect Earth from enemy invasion. The game was designed so that equal enemies came from either side of the display. We varied multiple conditions in the game. The first we varied was the fixed versus floating workspace. In the fixed space located on the top image, we had a contained workspace with a vertical split. Encroachments on the opposing player's side could only be done digitally with long-reach tools, or telepointer interactions. On the bottom two images, we see the floating workspace condition. The workspace is smaller and can be moved. Participants can use either digital reaching tools or physically drag their workspace over to an area. The neutral zone was constantly present. Our second question was, how does the game's social collaborative environment change player behavior? We tested this condition by adding a cooperative and a competitive play condition. In the cooperative condition, players had to save the Earth and had a combined score located on the Earth itself. In the competitive condition, players still had to defend the Earth together, but they also had individual scores so you can see who killed the most enemies. In summary, we provided a direct interaction or telepointer long-range interaction techniques in all conditions. We varied as a between subjects condition, fixed versus floating workspace, and as a within subjects condition, competitive versus cooperative score display. We collected data on the physical distance between players, their touch points on the display, their direct versus extended tool use, and which targets they chose to actually hit. Additionally, it was a mixed measure study, so we also collected data from player interviews individually, and we did a video coding of play sessions. We then compiled the data into these heat maps. You can see these heat maps compared here by cooperative and competitive condition, their digital location, their physical touch points on the display, and how far apart they were physically standing on the floor. Already we can see from these heat maps that having a fixed or a floated workspace did change the way that users engaged. Additionally, we can see that there are differences between the cooperative and competitive condition. For the full results of this compiled data, please see the full paper. When we spoke to users, we found out that they felt that physical interaction on the other person's side, moving your workspace over, was actually considered physically disruptive. Digital reaching is considered less disruptive. However, users reported that both of them had some level of disruption. Users made a lot of considerations before they chose to disrupt the other player. Since both physical and digital encroachments were considered disruptive, players considered things such as the cooperative or the competitive condition and what was considered polite or good table manners. The cooperative condition softened boundaries, making them more permeable. In the cooperative mode, players felt that it was more acceptable for them to cross boundaries into someone else's space, or for someone to come over to their space, because the intention was to help. This is reflected in the participants' quotes. So here this participant is saying that they felt that they had more access to the other person's side in the cooperative condition. Players still considered social constructs and diplomacy. Crossing over into another player's side in the competitive condition was considered more aggressive. If the other player was struggling with the game or unfamiliar with the controls, players often reported feeling like it was imbalanced, and there was this sense of diplomacy. If your opponent is not able to compete and it's not a fair competition, players were less likely to engage in competition. In the quote here, we see the player discussing how they would assess based on the individual that they were playing with. Players did not want to personally offend people by playing the game too aggressively. In this quote, the participant is describing how they would assess whether or not it would be okay to play aggressively. And how can we leverage these findings to design games? Well, we can leverage these findings by remembering to design with space. Space can be a communication tool. We can use it to teach players how to play the game, and we can also encourage or suggest actions. The variable boundaries that we give players will create this idea of a starting point, and players become attached to the starting point. Using this information, we can encourage pro-social or anti-social behaviors by varying these visible boundaries. A good example of how this can be applied can be found in Overcooked 2. In Overcooked 2, you have 2 or more players that have to prepare recipes. There are different tasks, such as chopping up the food, cooking the food, and sending it to the restaurant. In the first screen on the left, we see a delimitation of the 2 players, assigning them to tasks. So the player on the top raft must cut the food. The player on the bottom raft must cook and serve the food. Here we see that the game is teaching players how to strategize, how to split up these activities by forcing them into rules. As the game gets harder, these boundaries become less enforced by the game and are up to the player. The player can choose what strategy to apply in order to win the game, which means that players have to communicate with each other or fight with each other in order to decide who does what task. This increases the difficulty and adds challenge to this cooperative game. The game continues to challenge players by manipulating space, switching stations, and switching roles. Thank you for listening. You've just heard Personal Space and Play, Physical and Digital Boundaries and Large Display Cooperative Games. My name is Rena Webby. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out by email or Twitter, or even visit my website.
For more information, please see the full paper.
That's an interesting talk, Tina, that you gave there. I really love the game Overcooked. So we do have a question in the chat from Jim. He's curious about what differences between a territorial research comes from a tabletop community. So you're looking at on a wall display. Does handness matter more here? For example, one person in the game is using a left hand versus the other person using a right hand to access the middle controls.
So a lot of the research that we cited in the literature review does come from the territoriality studies. And I did mention Scott et al.'s work in the presentation. So the territoriality research from tabletops really give us a sense of how people use shared spaces. And there's a lot of research that talks about what parts of the table are shared. And a lot of these reaching metaphors, such as the extended arm by Doucet, is actually on a tabletop display. When we take this display and put it on the wall, we do have some differences. So in the study, we did actually have two papers, one related paper that looked at the distant reaching technique itself, and this paper here, which looked at the social interaction and the territoriality using the game setting. So in the twin paper, we actually looked at handedness, and we looked at, controlling how people actually, we looked at handedness, and we actually looked at the arm length as well. So if you read that paper led by Terrence Dixon, it actually looks at that sort of aspect of whether or not those controls were used and solicited by the players in their study. In this study, however, we looked at pretty much using just sort of the large display in the sense that a left-handed or right-handed person could still do the three-handed touch techniques with a long-distance cursor. But we didn't specifically look at whether left or right-handed people made different encroachments on the opposing player side.
Mm-hmm. So I have a question on my own while we have other questions following in through the chat. Did the people that use the physical space enhance their digital gameplay? For example, like blocking each other in a sense?
So that's actually a huge part of the discussion section of the paper. We talk about the physical metagame. And what I mean by that is we looked at, through video coding, player behavior around the display. So not just the game on the digital display, but also how people surrounded the display, used their bodies to block information, or even pushed aside other people's workspaces. So it was actually really interesting to see how people actually incorporated the fact that they were physically standing next to the person playing the game and used that as part of the gameplay.
Right. I think we're going to go back to a Q&A with Tina and Cheryl. If there's no other questions for Rena, or we're just going to wait a minute or two for the chat to populate.
Thank you, everybody.
So this is Cheryl from the mentorship and work session. We now have Tina on the line to answer any questions you may have on her paper, which was learning. So hey Tina, thank you for being so flexible and joining us now.
Thank you for having me at this time. Sorry about earlier.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
So we had a question from Fraser who was wondering if there's a way to anonymize part of the process so that you don't get the effect of seniors dominating the discussion.
Right. So the way that the learning circles were incorporated into the MedTech Post Hackathon, everything was in person. So the discussion was face-to-face and largely organic. So although there was like a structure by the facilitators, like introduce yourself and then answer a few questions, the actual process of the discussion was not like strictly facilitated. So I don't see a process of anonymization being possible because of just the face-to-face like I guess like component of it. And even if it was done remotely, let's say with the video camera turned off, there's going to be very unique experiences that the participants are going to be drawing on to contribute to their, I guess, perspective of the problem. One way I can see, I guess, like mitigating the like dominance of like one participant, senior or not, is that mentorship, mentoring that is like, well, it is very difficult to just like voice your opinion and like voice what you want to say within a very short restricted timeline, and it comes with training. So if there is knowledge or like some kind of mentorship to like voice opinions or just like to acknowledge other people's opinions to not become like a dominant voice in a conversation, that would have to exist within that mentorship period.
Super important. So we have another question, and it's what motivated the choice of using Aboriginal Learning Circle?
Okay, so the learning circles in particular have been used in Agile before, so in software development, especially with interdisciplinary teams. So in software development, you might be working with a developer, a designer, I guess on the theme of like the game session right now, music, or just lots of parties within making a piece of software, and not everyone comes in with the same worldview of that profession or what that product will be in the future. So the Aboriginal Learning Circles have been used in Agile before in facilitating that reflection, planning, action phases. So it's not necessarily novel, but it is novel to hackathons in particular. And we chose MedTech because it was just a field that is so different from, I guess, how public health policies are made. So currently, public health policies do try to incorporate patient feedback into establishing better practices for physicians, for example. But for medtech innovation, that patient voice is still missing. So we kind of found like an opportunity to use learning circles that are great for reflection in software in a place of software.
Really interesting perspective for sure. So I guess I was also wondering, now that we're seeing the rise of fully virtual hackathons, how do you think learning circles can be adapted to this new fully virtual hackathon format?
So I personally have never witnessed a fully virtual hackathon that has a very good like discussion piece around it. With new like video conferencing technologies like Zoom and Twitch and even this conference itself, I'd be very curious to see what the platform enables in terms of like facilitating, managing like voices of time in the actual video stream. So making sure all parties are able to speak articulately, aren't bound by Wi-Fi limitations and things like that. I don't think any of the suggestions suggested will be like inapplicable to a virtual hackathon setting. So like mentorship for mentors, as well as making sure like there's enough time for everyone and getting that cultural competency among all the participants, and also letting people know who the participants of learning circles are. I think those can be facilitated remotely as well, either through email formats or even just like a meeting before the hackathon if you're going to be using learning circles at hackathon.
Yeah, maybe we'll be seeing this at future virtual hackathons. You never know. So we have another question from Kaylee, who's asking, how would you see something like this translating to a game jam? So making something from nothing compared to using this in a hackathon where the concept is more developed and being productified.
Okay. So I've not personally been to many game jams, but for the game jams that I have been a part of, the focus is on on innovation artistically. So it's not necessarily making a startup or like an indie game development studio. It's more so celebrating like the art and then delivering a game that is enjoyed by a lot of people. So learning circles in the context of the MedTech Hackathons case study was like a chance for hackers to validate their business model. So you had patients coming in, physicians coming in, like more veteran entrepreneurs coming in and being able to say, okay, your idea is really great, but I think this is how we can make it better. Or this direction is really good, but I think this is a better direction, and things like that. In the context of a game jam, if it's solely focusing on the, I guess, like game creation piece, if you invite persons like from the game industry and established indie developers who were successful in, I don't know, launching a product or receiving funding for a product, I think they can say to participants of a game jam or jammers, this is a really good idea for a game. This has been successful in these categories, but it has not been successful in these categories. Maybe consider it that way. So in terms of like knowledge sharing and like pulling in interdisciplinary perspectives, I think that can help people making games, but I'm not sure how it can translate into like a game jam that's only celebrating a product, not so much creating I guess like monetizing a game for success.
Thank you so much for all your answers and a great presentation.
Thank you.
We're now going to take a quick lunch break until 12:30. So enjoy your lunch break, and we're looking forward to the AR and VR session after lunch.
Can't see the stream. Hello, Johan?
Hello?
Oh.
All right. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. We're just having some technical difficulties. I am not Diana. I am Nikita, but I'll just go ahead and introduce the first session for this afternoon, which is called AR and VR. And the first paper that we're going to be presenting is presented by Johan Wenzel, and it's called Improving Virtual Reality Ergonomics Through Reach-Bounded Nonlinear Input Amplification.
Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in. I'm Johan Wenzel, and I'm going to be presenting Improving Virtual Reality Ergonomics Through Reach-Bounded Nonlinear Input Amplification. I did this with my friend Greg and my advisor Dan, and let's just jump right into it. So, one of the fundamental open problems with virtual reality is the mismatch between the physical and the virtual. This was a problem with motion control technologies like the Wii, as well as the Kinect that has you jumping around your room, and now once again with VR. So movement can be challenging in applications like this due to mobility requirements, fatigue, or even just having too small of a play area. In many cases, the user's physical body can get in the way, either through health restrictions or even just bumping into things. Shocker for the day, motion controls are always going to need some amount of motion to work, and as such we need to compensate either in our spaces or in our movement techniques. So a typical remedy to this is input amplification, in which smaller, more comfortable movements are transformed into the larger, more dramatic movements. Previous work suggests that the maximum of the real and the VR hands should differ is roughly 20% of the user's arm length to preserve immersion. This presents an opportunity to prioritize increased comfort while still maintaining immersion. So here's a preview of our technique that proposes a few fixes to this. It amplifies the user's motion along a smooth, non-linear curve, which allows us to make reaching in VR more comfortable while still keeping the user's sense of body ownership. So, previous work for this falls into two camps: target-dependent and target-independent techniques. Target-independent techniques often increase comfort at the expense of body ownership, while target-dependent techniques maintain body ownership but aren't applicable to larger varieties of tasks. This presents a unique opportunity to create a technique that provides both the comfort benefits of target-independent techniques as well as the body ownership focus of target-dependent techniques. I'll get more into detail about these techniques next. So, first category of input amplification is target-independent techniques. The classical example is the go-go technique, which was presented in 1996 and is a two-part scaling algorithm. The first 2/3 of the user's reach functions normally, but then the remaining 1/3 is amplified exponentially. Next is Lee et al., who tested 4 different methods: no offset, which is regular motion; a linear offset, which is uniformly amplifying user motion; a fixed length offset, which is a constant offset, so users' hands were always more forward than they usually are; and then the go-go technique. They found that no offset is best when targets are in reach, and linear is best when targets are beyond reach. So these two techniques help the user move more comfortably. However, their implementations risk breaking the user's body ownership and thus reducing the user's feeling of immersion in the VR scene. We also have more ownership-friendly techniques in the related work. The first is ownership, which explore the interaction between hand amplification offsets and body ownership in VR using a virtual panel UI. So a key insight here is that gradual adjustment helps people not notice when you mess with their proprioception. Then we have Ergo, which created offsets more dynamically by segmenting the entirety of the user's reachable space into tetrahedrons, with the vertices of the tetrahedrons aligned with targets in the scene. As the user moved their hands between the tetrahedrons, the system would use optimization functions and simulated annealing to calculate the most ergonomic way to get to the intended target. Ergo significantly improved ergonomics with improvements of up to 7.2%. This work, while being implicitly designed to maintain the user's comfort while still amplifying the user's reach, seems to be the closest related work, and as such, our first experiment compares our experiment to Ergo. So both of these still need target positions in the scene to function. This makes them non-optimal for general use, as there are lots of applications that do not have targets in the scene, like painting or 3D modeling. We introduce a new input amplification method called reach-bounded nonlinear, or RNL, input amplification. This technique allows for more comfortable reaching movements, and unlike other methods, it does not reduce body ownership, and as well, it does not require targets to function. And the kicker here, some users may not even notice it happening. So here's the technique demoed again. Notice that the VR and the real hands meet when the user extends their hand out fully and when it's back at their neutral point. How this works is that the computer infers the shoulder position, PS, the user calibrates their neutral resting point, PN, and their maximum reach, Pmax. Pmax defines a theoretical sphere of maximum reach around the user's body for that arm. Offsets are based on the neutral position and the controller's current position, which is turned into P star H, or the amplified point. So the computer gets the physical offset R from all of the points and uses R into an amplification function to calculate that new offset for P star H. This is what the calibration process looks like. They select a neutral, comfortable point near their body, and then they reach out as far as they can. So we did a pilot study with 5 people to rapidly assess what amplification curves should look like. We learned 2 things. So first is, curves need to be kept smooth to avoid discontinuities. Discontinuities or sudden changes in slope can cause the VR hand to jump instantly from one spot to another, breaking body ownership. And the next one was to prioritize a slope that is greater than 1. Slope less than 1 makes the VR hand move more slowly than the real hand, which ended up feeling really unpleasant and immediately broke body ownership. So here's what the amplification curves we developed as a result. So the first task worked like this. The user would begin by tapping the cube placed at their neutral point. They would then tap the 2 spheres highlighted in green. So we have 3 task layouts for this experiment. So the ergonomic layout places targets easily within arm's reach, which is 21% of their arm span away. The limits layout places targets at a fixed position at the limits of the user's reach, so 44% arm span away. And then the fixed layout places target at a position fixed in the world, so the user has to walk around. This is not centered to their shoulder like the previous layouts. And then target layouts all came from Ergo for a meta comparison. So for experiment 1, we have one objective. Does RNL perform similarly to Ergo? We have 3 amplification levels based on the 3 curves: none, no movement; low, which is a little bit of amplification; and high, which is more dramatic amplification. We have our 3 target layouts that I mentioned. We have our 30 trials, and we have 18 participants who ran the experiment. So for results for experiment 1. First off, for time to complete, we found no significant difference between any of the 3, so amplification didn't really make a difference. Next up, we measured their comfort. So we measured comfort using what's called the Rapid Upper Limb Assessment, or RULA. So RULA works by checking the angles of the user's shoulder, the user's elbow, and the user's wrist, giving an ergonomic score based on that. So from that measurement system, we found significant differences in the limits and the fixed layouts for both amplification styles. So there was a significant reduction in user discomfort based on this. Next up was physical path length. So this is just how much they are physically moving. We found that in all layouts, we reduced physical path length. So they were moving much less. So next is virtual path length. We found that we did also increase virtual path length in all layouts, suggesting they were potentially overshooting in their movements thanks to the amplification. And next we ran a survey based on different questions for comfort, ease of reach, overstretching, sense of control, and body ownership. We found that in high amplification, the body ownership was generally lower than with none. This might suggest that high amplification can cause offsets that are near the recommended max limits, but 5.22 is still promising since it's still a relatively high score from 1 to 7. So, main takeaways from experiment 1. We found that the technique works as well as ergo, the state-of-the-art. It significantly improves comfort by reducing RULA scores, and it does not significantly affect task completion speed. There were some significant costs to path length, meaning that their virtual hand, not their physical hand, moved more. But this raises a question. What about the in-between curves? So this naturally prompts experiment 2. So let's push this further. We're now looking for a gradual picture of amplification. How much can we amplify movements before some of the adverse effects that we saw in experiment 1 start happening? So let's test more gradual changes in amplification, as well as pushing amplification even further. So this was the task for experiment 2. Participants would click back and forth between a sphere at their comfortable point and a target somewhere in the space. So neutral point, target, neutral point, target. There were 3 layouts. There were the close body layout, the mid-range layout, and the far layout. I'll get more into those task layouts. So instead of 3 curves, we're now testing 10 different curves, making amplifications from 0% to 45% of the user's arm reach. So here are the layouts of targets in experiment 2. So purple targets were close to the user's body, blue were mid-range, and green were at their maximum reach, so close, mid, and far. So for our design, we had 10 amplification levels, that's the 10 curves, 5 blocks, 3 distances, near, mid, and far, 5 target positions at each distance, and we had 18 participants running the experiment. So for results, we found significant results for time. So mid-range targets had significantly worse times by amplification 6, and far targets became significantly worse at amplification 8. So this did cause users to take a little bit more time to select the targets. Next up is comfort, using RULA again. So comfort differences became significant at amplification 5 for close targets, amplification 4 for mid targets, and users were more comfortable at amplification 2 for far targets, meaning that the farther targets were away, the more that amplification benefits became apparent. So next, for error, there was no real trend in the data for error based on amplification, other than 2 small significant areas, which was amplification 2 for mid-range targets and amplification 8 for far targets. We found that for input amplification, significantly reduced physical movement for all target distances. So amp 1 for close, and then 2 and 3 for far. So however, it significantly increased virtual path lengths at all distances, with mid targets feeling it the most. Check out that difference in slope. So mid targets had a way higher trend for virtual path ratio as people were going on. Next up, we ran surveys about each amplification level without outright telling them that input amplification was happening. So first, there was no statistically significant results. However, we can still point at some interesting possible trends. So for the first chart, we found the affect started to get worse around amplification level 4, suggesting that they started to enjoy the task less once amplification got too strong. Where our next question asked them if they felt like they had a doubling of hands. The trend here was fairly constant, with a small worsening after amplification 4. Note that this legend is flipped. The good answer is to disagree, because they had 2 of the same hand here. Next up was that this was one of the main body ownership questions, and this results suggested that things got a little less convincing around amplification 4. This lines up with previous findings. Amplification 4 is a boost of 20% of the user's arm reach, which lines up to the previously established limits for body ownership. So then there were similar results for control. Things started to decline around amplification 4, so users start feeling like they had less control as amplification got more strong. So next up, we noticed that if people were going to notice amplification, they noticed by amplification 5. We asked users in the introductory study how often they play 3D video games. From this, we found a Spearman's rank correlation of -0.48, suggesting that people who regularly play video games notice amplification earlier than those who don't. So, main takeaways from experiment 2. Amplification strength and target distance both affect the usability. Amplification strength improves the comfort even in small amounts, and then the results suggest that enjoyment and body ownership both decline roughly around 20% of the user's arm reach. Let's get into some of the design recommendations. So first off, designers should consider what they'll have VR users be doing throughout their application. Will they be reaching more? Consider amplifying their movements. Do they require more precision at the mid-range of their reach? Consider not amplifying as much since it'll be less accurate. Do they need a high level of body ownership? Consider their movements only amplifying up to 20% of their arm's length, since that's a typical breaking point suggested by both the related work and our study. Next up, consider the function. So hand offset is super important here. The separation between the real and the virtual hand can break body ownership if it's larger than 20% of arm's reach, and can reduce task performance past 30%. Slope is a big issue here. It determines the relative speed of the virtual hand compared to the real hand. Moving too slowly can feel immediately bad, while moving too fast can break body ownership. Task performance declined around 30% of arm's reach in our experiment at a maximum slope of 1.92, which is nearly double the real hand speed. Discontinuities are also important to consider. We kept our curves smooth to make sure that the virtual hand doesn't instantly jump from one place to the next. Our pilot study showed that this was a dead giveaway. So lastly, consider the person. Gaming makes people notice amplification much more quickly. Tailor your amplification to your intended audience. So, to summarize, reach-bounded nonlinear input can help users use VR more comfortably without changing their levels of immersion. We hope that these results can help future designers and researchers develop more comfortable VR applications. Thanks for watching.
Well, hello, Joanne. This is Diana here, and we'll be beginning the Q&A session.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Joanne. It's good. How's it going with you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Okay, for the first question, I would like to know what is the most interesting part of your findings and why?
To be honest, from all of this, the question on whether or not people notice amplification happening was probably the most interesting finding, because there were actually two different data points that we were asking, like just when did people notice, and when did people notice, and when do people play video games, or how often do they? And there were two separate data points that we just ended up just combining just to see what happened, and we found like a really significant correlation. So noticing that that gamers notice amplification much more quickly was probably at least the most unexpected thing we found.
Good answer. For the second question, so you focused on amplifying movements. How could you modify it to support restricting movements instead? For example, for physical therapy. And do you think people would notice this?
So it's an interesting new application, right? So we found that in a pilot study that slowing down users' movements, or at least points where the slope of the curve is less than 1, felt kind of unpleasant, but that might have just been because we were doing it in a context of making people's movements more comfortable, specifically without alerting them to the fact that amplification was happening. But if people went into the whole experience knowing that amplification was, that I guess input attenuation in that case was going to happen, people went into it knowing that it was going to happen, there could definitely be applications for, say, you have to reach the full way out, or you have to move a lot more rigorously to get any kind of actual in-game movement going. So I could see effectively flipping this graph upside down being an interesting way to allow people to, say, practice more, get more exercise by having to make much more exaggerated movements to accomplish the same things. So it's definitely an area for future work.
Okay, great answer. Another question or another feedback was, great presentation. How was this presented to participants prior to experiencing? So was it framed as an augmentation of the real world capabilities, similar to work on exaggerated avatar flexibility in VR kickboxing?
So
this is, to be honest, as amplification was happening, we actually didn't prime the participants at all. We just told them, you're going to have a task with the targets. You're going to click on some targets and let us know if you feel anything different or if you experience anything that doesn't seem normal. So we tried our hardest not to tell them what to look out for or anything. So it wasn't, to be honest, we kind of tried to keep things on the down low. So this was presented to people as, in terms of how people notice amplification was happening, they would probably notice they had the standard setup of controllers in their hands and everything, but they would probably notice that the controller would be like moving more than they expect eventually. And that's usually what tipped people off.
Mm-hmm. Another comment was, great presentation. Do you think there's value in letting the user control amplification similar to moving your finger up, down while scrubbing on iOS, even if it breaks immersion?
Oh, for sure. I'm imagining something like there's previous work on a depth casting technique. Basically, it's a ray case. In most cases, ray casting to select objects means that you're basically shooting an infinitely long laser pointer out to try and select objects. But you can actually scroll up and down to select the depth in this new technique. So being able to specifically say, I want to amplify my movements twice up would be an interesting way of doing things. But yeah, it would definitely come with that ownership trade-off. But I guess then you're also facing the question of, I notice that this is going on, but my experience is so much better. How much do I care? So I guess it's one of those design questions that we can come back to, like it's a balance of how much do people need to know versus how much do people want to move more comfortably.
Okay, so thank you for joining me today. Just one very last question. So the last comment was, a great talk. Thank you. Is body ownership that important in VR? And is this really a problem to temporarily break it? Sorry, I asked this question, did I not? Oh, no, I did not. Okay, proceed. The other one was a little bit similar. Never mind, go on.
Yeah, so I think that's a topic that's kind of debated by people in the kind of the VR community, depending on what the application are that they want, right? So I would suggest that say you're playing a video game and you need to feel like you're immersed in the scene and everything to have the same kind of, I guess, artistic experience with playing the game. In that case, I would probably say that body ownership is important. But say, I'm sitting at a desk and I'm doing, whatever the futuristic version of Microsoft Excel VR is. I guess in that case, I don't really need to have the feeling of, wow, I'm so immersed in this spreadsheet. So it's definitely a design question still. But I think there are a lot of cases in which body ownership is important, and playing with body ownership and maintaining it is still an interesting form of research, even if it's not necessarily needed in every case for VR.
Okay, thank you for your answer and thank you for joining us today. We will now be moving on to the second paper, Transport Me Away, Fostering Flow in Open Offices Through Virtual Reality by Anastasia Rovimova.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Anastasia, and I'm from the University of Zurich. Today, I'm excited to present research done in a collaboration between the University of Zurich, University of Waterloo, and Virginia Commonwealth University. Take a moment to envision your ideal environment for working, one in which you're optimally focused, in the flow, and most productive. Perhaps it's an office with a view, a remote mountain cabin, an idyllic tropical beach. Just you, the waves, and no one else to distract you. The truth is, we oftentimes can't control our work environment, and the beach remains just a fantasy. So our researchers wondered, what if instead of putting the worker on the beach, we brought the beach to the worker? And we do this through technology familiar to many of you. Virtual reality. What was once known as a medium for gaming and entertainment has now expanded to areas as broad as pilot training and medicine. What if we extended this to the common workplace? By donning on the headset, the user physically remains at their desk, but is virtually transported to their idyllic beach. Our research question follows. How would VR affect a user's concentration and ability to get into flow, a state of full engagement and immersion in the task? To investigate this question, we introduced two virtual environments. The first is a Hawaiian beach, a serene nature environment which, from past research on biophilia, we believed should foster flow. The second is an open office filmed in 3D and made into a virtual environment. This served as a control to see if the virtual factor itself has an effect. Our study included two lab settings. Our baseline closed office, where the participant was left alone to perform their tasks undisturbed, and an open office where two actors worked alongside the participant and performed a script of random actions, such as occasionally making conversation with each other, typing loudly, coughing, and other actions that you may see in an open office setting. In addition, we played a background tape recorded in an open office setting for a more crowded feel and reproducibility. This resulted in the following four conditions. Our baseline closed office against 3 open office conditions, with no VR, with a virtual office environment, and a virtual beach environment. We know from past research that the closed office outperforms the open one when it comes to fostering flow and productivity. So how would our two virtual environments on top of the open office measure against these two traditional settings? We asked participants to play a programming game called Lightbot in each of the conditions. In the VR conditions, the game was displayed on a screen floating in their environment. The game was played with the computer mouse in each of the conditions. The goal of the game is to light up all of the blue tiles by building the correct sequence of commands. The tasks grow increasingly challenging and require the logical thinking found in a lot of knowledge work. We recruited 35 participants across 2 countries. For each, we recorded their ranking of the conditions by preference, the number of tasks completed in the allotted time, and their mental state as measured by the flow state scale questionnaire. So how did our 2 virtual environments on top of the open office compare against the traditional office settings? Can virtual reality really foster flow and minimize distractions? Mom, yeah, I'll be down to dinner in a bit. Let's get down to the results. In the follow-up interviews, we saw that the virtual beach and the closed office ranked much higher than the actual and virtual open office environments. Now remember that the 2 virtual environments were both run in the same open office lab setting, and yet we see this huge disparity in the user preferences. The virtual beach and the closed office environment were ranked as the user's first or second favorite over 80% of the time, as compared to the other 2 conditions with less than 5%. These results give hope that virtual reality with the right environment can create an experience that comes close to that of a closed office environment. For the task completion and flow scale, we didn't notice a significant effect, which may be due to some interaction effect in the task difficulty. The Lightball challenges were highly varied, making it difficult to compare against each other. However, we still saw some general trends, with the virtual beach and the closed office producing better flow than the other conditions. In addition, analyzing the 9 flow scale dimensions independently, we saw that the virtual beach was best at obtaining a challenge versus skill balance, which according to Csikszentmihalyi is integral to achieving flow. We saw some trends in the comments given by participants in the follow-up interviews. In the virtual office and the actual open office, participants complained about distractions and difficulty staying focused. When there were background noises or talking, that's when my mind was sometimes going back and forth. I have very good peripheral vision, so I have a hard time not looking up. In the virtual beach and the closed office, participants said they had a much easier time staying focused. In the beach VR, I could do a lot more, like fully concentrate. It was very easy to stay focused. This shows that virtual reality alone is not enough to create an optimal experience, that the type of virtual environment plays a huge role. It seems that the virtual beach in this regard was a successful environment. Participants had a lot of positive comments. For example, I was more focused with the beach, I would say. I didn't even notice you guys were there. It just affected my mood, sitting around the beach in some nature environment feeling, and then this way I could concentrate better. Now, virtual reality in the workplace is still a novel concept, and we don't expect it to be widely adopted in the industry by next year. However, as the workplace continues to modernize, technologies like virtual reality are a potential solution to bridging the gap between the common but crowded open office and the luxury of a private one. One of the strengths of virtual reality is its versatility. Everyone's ideal environment is different. Think back to the one that you envisioned for yourself. On top of a mountain, under the sea, in outer space, with VR, imagination is the limit. And not only can you tailor the environment to you as an individual, but even to your current task, your current mood, your current needs. No matter what your setting is, with VR, you can escape to your perfect environment. Thank you for your attention, and see you next time.
Hello, Anastasia. Great presentation.
Hello, thank you for having me, and I loved everyone's comments.
Yeah, people were entertained. So, first question. Someone asked, how do you make this accessible, especially for people who suffer from simulator sickness?
Yeah, simulator sickness is a really important issue here, especially when VR first came out with the resolution in these headsets made nausea a really big problem. And as the headsets have been gradually improving over the years, this problem has been also improving bit by bit, but it's still far from being solved. So this is at the same time something we are hoping that continues improving on the technological side. In addition, finding ways to really plan and limit your time in VR. For example, perhaps to half an hour is important. So for people that are prone to motion sickness, VR sickness, this might be a solution that's only available, for small, limited hours during the day when they really have to focus on a task.
Great answer. Another comment said, great talk, and wow talk about timely research. And they had two questions. The first one being, I'm curious about your open office setting being the only one with other people in the space. And then they said, I think. They weren't sure about that. And then they said, do you think that knowing other people were nearby, maybe hearing them work, might have had an impact?
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that we were going after in terms of really creating that open office environment. So simulating that if you're in an open office setting, wearing a VR headset, you would have that same awareness of the people nearby, even if you are immersed in VR. So that's definitely a side that we were interested in capturing, and that we tried to recreate with our actors.
Okay, great answer. The second question they asked was, do you think that people might have different preferences now after working remotely for a few months?
Yeah, this is a really interesting question. Something we've been thinking about. Everyone is working from home. It almost seems like instead of escaping the office environment, they might actually want to, be put back into it. That feeling of, okay, I'm at work, I'm focused, like I'm doing work-related tasks as opposed to, in my bedroom, trying to hide from my kids or whatever the situation may be. I think this is also where the flexibility of the virtual environments plays a big role. So maybe the solution there is not to escape to a more calming, relaxing environment. Maybe it is to be put into something a little more office themed, for example. But of course, this really depends on a person's situation. If they are, having to babysit kids at the same time, the virtual reality solution might not be the best one for that situation.
Makes sense. And now a question more specific to your you did your research. So is there anything you would like to shed on about your methods section, shed light on?
Yeah.
How you collect the data, I guess.
In terms of collecting the data in general. Yeah, so there were several aspects in that. So of course, like what we were really focusing the most on was people's experience. So those follow-up interviews were where we got really the most insight. So we sat down with each participant and talked through like what was their experience in each of the conditions. And especially when it comes to being focused, to being separated from the outside noises, visual distractions. So the majority of our data comes from these one-on-one interviews with the participants. But in addition, we did try to gather some quantitative data, for example, with measuring task time and having the participants answer these flow state scale questionnaires, which attempt to measure this principle called flow, which was founded by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi in his psychological work. So those differences were not as significant, and this is likely due to the tasks being just so different that it was really difficult to compare the results of one task over another when like the difficulty just ranged so much. So I think in a follow-up study, we would choose tasks that are a little bit more comparable to each other. But with the qualitative section, we were pretty impressed with the results.
Well, that's great to hear, and thank you today, Anastasia, for transporting us away. But now we'll be moving on to the next paper. So next paper is Understanding Viewport and the World-Based Pointing with Everyday Smart Devices in Immersive Augmented Reality by Yan Chen.
Hi everyone, my name is Yuan Chen. I'm a master's student at HCI Lab of the University of Waterloo, supervised by Keiko Caslagora and Edward Lang. Today, I will be presenting our paper Understanding Viewport and World-Based Pointing with Everyday Smart Devices in Immersive Augmented Reality. Pointing and snacking are foundational aspects of interaction in physical and virtual world, and personal smart devices have frequently been used as input devices. Previous work has contrasted a set of different pointing techniques using phone and watch to support distant pointing with external displays. Our initial goal was to replicate these aspects in AR environments because in these environments, it is often the case that users must interact with distant projected content. However, a challenge presented itself when adapting different pointing techniques using smart devices to AR. While distant pointing is a common task within AR environments, techniques for pointing remain fragmented across head-mounted displays. The use of specialized controllers, specialized gestures, and various tracking technologies all contribute to this fragmentation. More broadly, the input techniques can be segmented into two metaphors for head-mounted display environments, the world-based metaphor and the viewport-based metaphor. The world-based pointing metaphor allows the cursor to move independently of the head-mounted display, while the viewport-based pointing metaphor places the cursor within the viewport of the head-mounted display, and the cursor moves with the head rotation. So with these two pointing paradigms co-found, we want to answer three questions in this work. First, We want to know how these two pointing paradigms affect the selection performance in either AR or VR. Second, we want to explore how various pointing techniques and devices affect users' performance in AR and VR. Last, by answering these two questions, we want to know how to design efficient pointing techniques using smart devices in the immersive environment. But before we go into details of our work, let's take a step back and look at some related work. Viewport and word-based pointing have been widely used. With viewport-based pointing, users are aware of the cursor and can move it with head rotation, so researchers can design and evaluate multimodal techniques with head and gaze interaction. While in a word-based pointing paradigm, users can interact with objects even without looking at them. Phone and watch are also well explored in both physical and virtual environments as input devices. They can provide 6 degrees of freedom input for various interactions. Although many applications use viewport and word-based input metaphors and explores personal device interactions in AR and VR, our work focuses on explicitly comparing different types of pointing techniques using phone and watch with these two pointing paradigms. Our methods consist of 3 parts: pointing paradigms, pointing techniques, and selection. The first pointing paradigm is viewport center, which is a commonly used solution for target selection in many existing head-mounted displays. In viewport center, the cursor is always located at the center of the viewport, and its movement corresponds to a user's head rotation. In the context of the viewport boundary, the boundary is a band around the edge of the display. When a user's head is stable, a cursor inside the display can be repositioned by manipulating an input device. When the head moves slightly, if the cursor is within the boundary but not pushed by the boundary, the cursor stays fixed in position. However, if the head moves sufficiently far that the boundary pushes the cursor is pushed in the direction of head movement, such that it still stays within the boundary. Word is a word-based paradigm. In the word condition, cursor movement is independent of head movement and only relies on input devices for control. For pointing techniques using smart devices, there are 3 types summarized in previous work. The first type is relative touch-based technique, where cursor movement is relative to the finger's movement on the touch screen. The second is absolute touch-based techniques, where we map a user's finger location on the touch screen to a consistent position of the virtual cursor on either the viewport or the virtual wall. The third is relative rotation-based techniques, where we implement a fixed origin recasting, and the origin of the ray is located at the camera of the head-mounted display. We implement these techniques using phone and watch. To select targets, users simply need to tap on the touchscreen, except for rotation-based technique using smartwatch, where users need to rotate their wrist for selection. For a quick recall, we have 3 pointing paradigms, 5 pointing techniques, and 2 selection methods. We define pointing condition as the combination of pointing paradigms and pointing techniques, and viewport center plus tap is considered as the baseline in this study because it is commonly used as a baseline solution. To evaluate these pointing conditions, we designed the experiments as followed. We use fabric walls to create a cubic room and generate 4 virtual walls. Participants are asked to point at the targets following the provided instructions. We separate our experiment into 2 studies, one with smartphone and one with smartwatch, and evaluate these pointing conditions in 4 dimensions. In study 1, viewport center was significantly faster than other pointing conditions. By refactoring pointing condition into pointing paradigm and pointing technique, we found significant effects of pointing paradigm and pointing technique on completion time. Pointing techniques with viewport boundary are all significantly faster than those with word-based metaphors. Absolute touch-based techniques are all significantly slower than relative touch-based and rotation-based pointing techniques. While viewport center was faster than all other pointing conditions, it has much higher error rate and relatively high offset distance. Generally, pointing techniques with the word-based metaphor causes fewer errors and smaller offset than those with viewport-based metaphor. When looking at the NASA TRX results, it shows that the viewport-based pointing conditions have lower touch slope than the word-based pointing conditions, and in fact that seems to hold regardless of the technique. When looking at the Fitts law, we notice that in the word perspective, when a target is generated outside the field of view, the continuous moving of the finger on the touch screen without knowing the position of the cursor will cause the cursor to exceed the target position multiple times, such that extra physical effort is needed to move the cursor back. Now, when we look at the user study 2, similar to study 1, viewport center is significantly faster than those other pointing conditions. Viewport-based pointing conditions are faster than or almost equal to the word-based pointing conditions. Again, considering both error rate and offset distance, the result is similar to that in study 1, with viewport center having the highest error rate but relatively low offset distance. The TRX results of study 2 show the consistent result as what study 1 shows. Viewport-based pointing have lower task load for all attributes than word-based pointing using the same pointing technique. We observe a very similar problem for touch relative input in word perspective for Fitts law. Because of the need to move the cursor a long distance, participants will lose track of the cursor, overshoot, and need to perform costly corrections. So what we can learn from these results, a straightforward interpretation is as follows. First, viewport-based pointing techniques are faster, as accurate, and require less cognitive loads than the word-based pointing conditions. Second, with the same pointing paradigm, relative touch-based techniques are faster, more accurate, and have lower cognitive loads and lower offset distance. Third, relative rotation-based techniques have different performance across devices. Last, viewport center is faster but has higher error rate and offset distance. To design efficient pointing conditions, we should consider the following aspects. First, regarding the viewport-based versus word-based conditions, viewport-based techniques improve selection speed without sacrificing accuracy. Second, users feel less fatigued mentally and physically using viewport-based techniques. When we're considering the pointing techniques, conditions, and devices, viewport center is still the fastest technique among all conditions, but it causes more errors for general cases. In other words, hand control is better than head control in terms of accuracy. Relative touch-based techniques using phone and watch with viewport boundary viewing are good alternatives if targets are on virtual surface. If targets are generated in the air, rotation-based techniques using phone with viewport boundary viewing is then a good choice for control. We notice that rotation-based techniques using smartwatches cause fewer errors and high offset distance, probably due to two reasons. First, we apply one-to-one mapping between device orientation and ray orientation. Second, we notice that participants move their forearms more carefully and rotate their wrists more deliberately when they are select targets. In the future work, we want to replicate this work in VR environments with specialized controllers. We also want to study more complicated AR environments, such as living room with furniture or a crowded classroom. We also want to explore capabilities of smart devices to achieve various tasks, such as proximal object selection and virtual object manipulation. To conclude, in this paper, we explore various phone-based and watch-based pointing techniques for AR interactions. We found that while equally accurate, viewport-based pointing conditions provide faster and low-fatigue input. We also demonstrate that modern smart devices are effective input devices in AR environments. As these personal devices expand in sensing capabilities, they provide an exciting platform to support rich input in head-mounted display interactions. For more details, please check our paper.
Constant, great talk.
Thank you.
Okay, so first question for the Q&A session. So someone said, I might have missed this, but why introduce the boundary concept? And why is it needed instead of just using the full viewport?
So why do we introduce the boundary concept? We conducted a series of pilots before, and we found that during the interaction, users expected that the cursor should respond to the head movement when they move the head using the lens. And this is for a very sufficiently large distance, but for very small distance, they assume that the cursor should stay at the same position and only manipulate using the input device. So with this pilot, also notice that from our own perspective, notice that if a cursor is very close to the edge of the viewport, it becomes very dimmed, and sometimes it is hard to check the cursor. We just design a boundary such that it is noticeable when we are wearing the AR headset, and it is easier and helpful for the participants to quickly identify where the target is and help them to quickly manipulate the cursor.
Answer. So what do you believe could be future uses for your findings and research?
I think one of the most important thing for this is we can see a great opportunity for using the input devices to use the smart devices like the phone and watch as input devices as the controllers for AR and VR headset. Because one thing here is that everyone has a phone now, and everyone potentially will buy a watch for different purpose. We can see now if there are great opportunity, and as what I said in the video, and this smart device has increasing capabilities in sensing and multiple functions features, can better serve as a proxy for interaction, such that we are with this promising or future AR VR headsets. We can get rid of the controllers that we have nowadays and use these devices for control, and that can enable people to use this access everywhere, in for example, in the street or whatever, anything.
Hey, thank you. That was a great answer. So one last question, and then we'll wrap this up. So if you were to do your research again from scratch, what would you do differently and why? So basically, I just want to hear about what modifications you made along the way.
Honestly, when I was doing the experiments, I noticed that there must be an improvement the experiment design. So what I did here, we designed actually two experiments, one in watch and one in phone, but we can actually modify a little bit with other factor, such that actually the results and the analysis will look nicer from my perspective. But I don't think it will change the results, but just definitely present the overall results clear. That's it.
Thank you, Constant, for joining me for this Q&A session and for your great presentation. We have reached the end of session 4. Next up is session 5 at 1:30. Thank you to all the presenters and the viewers for joining us today. Bye.
Hey everybody, welcome back to session 5, Input and Output. I'm your chair, Johan Wenzel, and we've got 3 presenters today. So let me get into the first presentation. So first off, we've got Comparing Smartphone Speech Recognition and Touchscreen Typing for Composition and Transcription by Margaret Foley. So I'll let Margaret take it away.
Hi, I'm Margaret Foley. I'm a master's student at Waterloo, and I'll be presenting my work, Comparing Smartphone Speech Recognition and Touchscreen Typing for Composition and Transcription, which I did with my supervisor, Dan Vogel, and with Jurie Casier. A few years ago, a study at Stanford compared typing and speech recognition for smartphones. Several websites found the study and used it to write some rather clickbaity articles. Evidently, these websites never read past the abstract, or they would have noticed that this study only tested transcription. And transcription is not representative of how we typically use mobile phones. Which begs the question, what happens when speech recognition and touch-based keyboards are compared for a phrase composition task? Transcription is, by and large, the de facto task for text entry evaluations, and for good reason. It has high internal validity. The correct version of a sentence is already known beforehand, which makes calculating error rates easy. In contrast, composition is a much more variable task. No two people will compose the same sentence given a certain stimulus. How do you determine what the correct version of a sentence is? Bertanen and Christensen found that the variability inherent in composition tasks can be controlled enough to evaluate text entry. And several studies have compared typing and speech with a composition task. However, the studies I found are all over 10 years old at least, and used outdated speech recognition technologies. Only one of these studies examined input on a mobile phone, using a T9 keypad. In general, studies comparing these forms of input have found that speech is faster than typing. We hypothesized that speech would be slower and more error-prone for composition tasks. As when you use speech for composition, you have to think of the entire phrase before you begin input. And unlike when typing, you can't pivot midway through a sentence. Speech may also be more error-prone because you can't easily correct errors mid-input. You need to wait until you're finished talking before you can go back and fix errors. Our other hypotheses are directly taken from the Stanford study, to see if we could have similar findings to them. Our composition task was quite simple. Participants are presented with 3 clip art images like the example you see here. We refer to these as image triads. Participants are asked to compose a short phrase incorporating these images that was coherent and grammatically correct. Here are some examples of phrases participants came up with for this triad. As you can see, this form of stimulus still leaves room for participants to be creative with their compositions, but it gives structure to their compositions. Here are some more examples of image triads we used in our experiment. Now, instead of showing the same set of triads for both input conditions, we had a second set of similar but different images, like these. We used this because while we needed to be able to compare compositions between input methods, we were worried that participants might remember an image triad from previous conditions and reuse a composition. For our transcription task, instead of just selecting a random number of phrases from a well-known phrase set, we had participants transcribe their own compositions and phrases from a common pool from the first 11 participants. Our study used a 2x2 within subjects design, where participants did 2 tasks with 2 input methods. The study was split into 2 sessions. Participants first completed the composition task, and then the transcription task in another session, at least a day later, to ensure fatigue concerns weren't an issue. In each session, they would compose or transcribe 20 phrases with each input method. We also had participants complete the TLX questionnaire after completing an entry method to evaluate subjective measures like how frustrating the task was. In total, we recruited 28 participants. All participants in our study had to be fluent in English. If English is not a participant's first language, they had to have a TOEFL score of 110 or higher, or an equivalent score in a similar assessment. As for measures, we had our time-related measures, like input time and prep time, which was the time from when participants first saw a stimulus to when they began input. For error rates, we measured how many errors went corrected and uncorrected during input. And we had our subjective measures, such as TLX scores, participant preferences, as well as any comments they made during the experiment. Now for results. We found that speech is far faster than typing for both transcription and composition. However, if you look at graph A, you'll notice that speech requires more preparation time than typing for both composition and transcription. Essentially, this means that for both tasks, participants had to think more before beginning input with speech. For error rates, we found that keyboard has a higher corrected error rate for composition. And while it had a higher corrected error rate for transcription, we didn't find this difference to be statistically significant. As for our uncorrected error rate results, you'll notice that all the bars are below 1%, which means that these results are too low to really be of note. For the TLX scores, for the transcription task, speech outperformed keyboard for every single metric. While keyboard had better TLX scores for some measures for the composition task, we didn't find a significant main effective input there. For user preferences, unsurprisingly for transcription, all participants preferred speech. However, for composition, a slight majority of participants actually preferred using the keyboard. Participants noted that they felt awkward with using speech. Even when it was just me and them alone in a room, some noted they still felt awkward composing short phrases in front of another person. And even people who said that they liked using speech had privacy concerns, with some people saying that, this is fast and very efficient, but I wouldn't want to use speech input in a public place or when I'm saying personal things. So, for our conclusions, for composition and transcription, speech is faster. However, participants do not greatly prefer speech recognition with a composition task. There are two avenues for future work that we'd like to examine. The first is comparison with previous work. As I previously mentioned, a paper by Virtanen and Christensen found that composition can be used for text entry evaluation. In this work, they also suggest a prompt for use in composition tasks. The obvious question is, how does this prompt compare with our own task? It would be interesting to examine whether this prompt is potentially a bit too open-ended or possibly biased towards recall, as it tells participants to think about things they often write about on their own mobile devices. Another avenue is to examine longer composition tasks, such as creative prompts, explanatory prompts, and showing participants more triads. Does speech lose its advantage when there's more input? After all, it's one thing for speech to be more efficient for short sentences. But what happens when you have to input punctuation? And how do you correct errors when there are multiple phrases of input you need to look over? Finally, how does creativity affect results? A person with experience in improv or debate might be better at thinking of things on the fly and have an easier time with composition tasks. From experience during the experiment, there were definitely some participants who had a lot of trouble with composition tasks. But that raises the question of how do you quantify and assess creativity? And how do you do it in a time-efficient manner? In summary, speech is very efficient, but people aren't likely to make it their primary form of input on their phones anytime soon. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Awesome, great presentation, Margaret. So I had a couple of questions. So for the first one, So how did you determine the correct versions of participant compositions?
So, system where we had two people go over every composition that people made and determine the correct version of a sentence. For most phrases, this was pretty easy. Most people had no errors whatsoever. But there were a few where people made typos or the wording was a bit ambiguous. But overall, it was a pretty easy process, and there was a high amount of agreement between the editors of the sentence.
Okay, that's great. So then, where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Was there any advantage of using your process to generate transcription sets?
Our idea in doing that was to reduce variability and increase the validity of comparing both composition and transcription, because while I do note that there are a lot of publicly available phrase sets for text entry that have been used in lots of experiments, if we'd used them, it calls into question, like, are they really comparable to the phrases people composed using the image triads? Now, we did find that there was no difference between using phrases from the individual and phrases from the group, so that wasn't a confounding factor. But I think overall, it did help increase the internal validity of the experiment.
Okay, awesome. So I'll give it a couple of seconds if there's any other questions coming in. Cool. Well, thanks a lot, Margaret. I guess we can move on. So next up, we've got Aaron Kim presenting Defining Haptic Experience, Foundations for Understanding, Communicating, and Evaluating HX.
Hi, my name is Erin Kim, and today I'll be presenting the work that I completed with Dr. Oliver Schneider, Defining Haptic Experience, Foundations for Understanding, Communicating, and Evaluating HX. Haptic technology is growing, becoming increasingly more incorporated into interactive systems with the intent to improve the user experience. Now, haptic feedback comes in various modalities. We see it commonly in the form of vibrotactile feedback in smartphones and wearable devices, or as force feedback, like in the Phantom devices, which have several applications. We can also see it in the newer electrovibration technology, which uses haptic feedback to render the feeling of specific textures. Now, with this growing sophistication of these technologies, research has demonstrated that haptics certainly do leave a positive impact, building a sense of presence in virtual environments and adding an overall sense of enjoyment and novelty to an experience. And so, while we know that haptics can offer a positive experience, the field has yet to articulate what exactly within the experience of haptics makes it positive. And so we're going to tell you what makes a good haptic experience by defining haptic experience and presenting to you a model that describes its components. Now, why is something like this useful? Well, because without such a model, we're limited in several ways. Consider Raj, our hard-working fellow haptician. Raj has big dreams. He wants to build a note-taking tablet using electrovibration technology that renders the feeling of paper. Now, when Raj puts his mind to something, he is determined to achieve a standard of excellence. And so he says to himself, I'm going to make sure the haptic feedback on this tablet makes for a great experience. But he quickly realizes that he doesn't actually know what he means when he says this. What does it mean to have a good experience with haptics? And so he asks around and no one really seems to know, and the answers that he does get seem to differ across those he asks. And so the first limitation we run into from not knowing what constitutes good haptic interactions is in the design process. Hapticians like Raj are left without a universal set of design criteria. In other words, Raj doesn't know what to aim for. Now let's say he makes it through the design process and builds a system. Eventually, he'll face another challenge when it comes to evaluation. If Raj doesn't know what the standards are of an ideal haptic experience, he won't know what to measure to determine if those standards have been met. Now, there are evaluation tools that hapticians like Raj could use and have used, like those that measure presence, affect, and user experience. And while these are useful, they don't reference the haptics themselves. And so for someone like Raj, who's interested in identifying areas that need to be improved in the haptics specifically, existing evaluation tools don't allow him to accomplish this. Furthermore, a limitation that might become evident throughout the entire process of building this system is the struggle of trying to communicate about haptics, be it when trying to articulate design goals or elicit feedback. And this can really only be expected, because currently there exists no language for touch that holds terms with consistent meanings, and users can typically only explain what they like or dislike, but struggle to articulate about touch sensations beyond that. And so to address these issues that hapticians like Raj face, in design, evaluation, and communication, we define haptic experience, a term that captures interactions with haptic technology belonging to a greater system. Furthermore, we've developed a model that defines its constituents, serving as the terms and constructs necessary to talk about and evaluate the haptic portion of any system, leaving hapticians like Raj with the foundations necessary to know what it means to have a successful haptic system and to achieve just that. And so I'll walk you through how we arrived at this model. So because we are defining a new concept, we took a bottom-up approach by bringing in a group of haptic novices. And so 8 individuals were brought in. Participants varied in their field of study, as well as their experience with video games, and each were limited in their knowledge of haptics. And so we began with a brief presentation to familiarize participants to haptic technology and its various applications. And at the end of the presentation, participants were given 5 minutes to independently brainstorm ideas in response to the question, what constitutes a good haptic experience? Ideas were then presented one at a time and clustered together based on related concepts. Afterwards, participants played a series of games on the Nintendo Switch, which is a system offering vibrotactile feedback. These games were selected based on the variation of haptic feedback intensity, diversity of effects, and the necessity of the haptics to complete the game. And so once all the games had been tested and they now had first-hand experience with haptic feedback, we again asked the question, what constitutes a good haptic experience? Any additional items were added to the first pool of ideas, and each cluster was assigned a label by the novices according to its theme. And so then we took the results of the novice brainstorm to generate a series of items. And so here are the novice brainstorm results in its raw form. An example of a category that the novices developed is variation in feedback intensity, which spoke to whether the haptic effects noticeably varied in their strength to reflect its purpose or what was going on in the context of the game. Another category that resulted was called combining the senses, which referred to how well the haptics matched the other sensory outputs the novices experienced at the time. And so these were 2 of the many categories that they developed, which were incorporated into our final model, and thus will be explained more in depth later on. We then looked to experts to revise these ideas and to add their own contributions. And so we began with an open card sorting task with the previously generated items. And so they were instructed to group items together based on their own set of criteria and assign labels to each cluster. And so the goal of this was to see how experts conceptualized how novice ideas should be grouped together. Then upon completing the task, we began a semi-structured interview. And so here we asked the experts to explain their thought processes behind how they organized the items, asked if any revisions should be made to specific items, and then began a discussion about how they've evaluated haptics in the past. So the model was largely developed through the results of the card sort task, but the interviews also brought some really interesting insight into current methods and barriers for evaluating haptics. So, when asked how they've evaluated haptics in the past, the most commonly mentioned method was surveys, which was mentioned by 3 experts. One expert administered a self-developed scale after being unsuccessful in finding a similar tool in the literature. Another considered using a validated questionnaire, but found that a lot of the items were not directly applicable to haptics. And they stated, it would be great to have something similar that focuses on our needs. Furthermore, barriers noted by experts included the fact that evaluation methods tended to differ between hapticians, with one expert stating, it would be great to have a consistent tool because I think everybody at the moment is building their own approach. Another stated, it's very hard to compare your haptic feedback, your haptic device, with others because of course when everybody uses their own method to evaluate, it's very hard. Another noted barrier is the difficulty in drawing out useful language. One expert stated, a lot of people don't know what haptics is, don't know to expect it, so you're challenged to get people to articulate in ways that are useful to you. And so these interviews gave us insight into what limitations our model could eventually be used to address. And so we took all of our novice and expert feedback to develop the model itself. And so overlapping results between experts were combined, and then when possible, specific categories were selected over broader ones to create a more granular model. And so then constructs were labeled based on expert and novice suggestion or based on terms that already exist in the literature. And so after conducting our studies, we have defined HX as the following: a distinct set of quality criteria combining usability requirements and experiential dimensions that are the most important considerations for people interacting with technology that involves one or more perceived sense of touch, possibly as a part of a multisensory experience. We have also formed the constituents of the HX model. And so using the skeleton of many UX models, our model captures both the pragmatic usability requirements and the hedonic experiential dimensions of the experience. And so to go through the model, we'll begin with the design parameters. This is otherwise known as the HX building blocks, the aspects that are changed at the designer end to achieve the various components of HX. So in terms of haptic effects, timeliness refers to their temporal alignment with corresponding events. Intensity is the strength or magnitude of the effects. Density is the quantity of effects present within a given period of time. And timbre is their overall unique tone, color, or quality. Usability requirements then describe the functional aspects of HX that achieve a practical value in the haptic systems. And so utility asks the question, is it useful? And what it looks at is whether the haptics serve as this additional channel through which information can be transferred, either to enhance user performance or enable a skill that would not otherwise be available. Causality then asks if you can identify the source of feedback, whether the haptics are designed in such a way that the users can easily understand what caused it. Consistency is a technical requirement, asking if haptic effects reliably feel the same each time when they should. And lastly, saliency asks if the feedback is appropriately noticeable. In other words, does it capture your attention when it should, or does it blend in nicely in the background when necessary? We then have experiential dimensions, so the factors that achieve a hedonically enjoyable interaction. And so harmony was a dimension that arose in all expert results and noted multiple times as one of the most important themes for HX. So one of our experts stated that you can have a really simple haptic effect, but as long as it matches up well with the rest of the system, it can still be really effective. So harmony asks, how well does a haptic fit in with the remainder of the system? How tightly coupled it's perceived to be with the other sensory outputs? Expressivity then asks if there's diversity in haptic effects and if they're each unique and distinguishable. Immersion refers to the level of engagement that haptic solicits for the user. Realism asks whether the haptic effect convincingly portrays what the user would expect to feel in reality. And lastly, autotelics is a dimension that was actually suggested by one of our experts. It concerns whether the haptics feel good in and of themselves. And so autotelics is a strictly hedonic-driven dimension, but it was included in this model because pleasurable haptics, apart from its context, can still contribute to a positive overall experience with the haptic system. And lastly, the model concludes with personalization support. So the ability for users to customize their experience to accommodate for individual differences in the perception and preference for touch. And so now with this model, we can now revisit where we noticed a gap in our field. What we weren't able to articulate about haptics before, we can now do so with the HX model to explain what elements of haptics contribute to a positive experience. So how can we use this model? Well, it can be used by various people in different roles. For example, for the designer, this model provides an organized template for thinking about design for haptic technology, a universal set of design markers that can lead to improved connections and collaborations between all kinds of designers. Then for the researcher, the model can guide future work. The model's constituents can serve as constructs that can be further explored in research. So for instance, exploring the influence of individual factors, searching for meaningful relationships between constructs, or determining if certain factors are prerequisites to others. Then, for the designer, researcher, and user, the model provides a set of vocabulary that can be commonly used to better articulate haptic experiences, be it whether you're trying to elicit or provide feedback. Furthermore, the model can now be used as this theoretical foundation from which consistent evaluation metrics can be developed that touch on haptics specifically. And so haptic-specific evaluation tools derived from this model permit users to more easily identify the strengths and weaknesses of a system, and then also allows designers to not only measure the improvement of their systems, but to have concrete data that vouches for the benefit of implementing haptic technology. And so the intention of this model is to unify designers, initiate the exploration of new haptic constructs, increase the ease of communication, and pave the way for consistent evaluation tools, all for the purposes of driving forward the field of haptics. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot, Aaron. So I'll give it a couple of seconds for a few questions to come in.
Sure.
All right. First question. So this is really fascinating foundational work. I think your model gives designers a helpful language to talk about haptics, but do you think it's straightforward to introduce this vocabulary to users?
That's a good question. I would say yes, and a part of the reason I would say that is because quite a bit of this model is informed by novices, and so some of the labels that we kept are actually from those who didn't have a lot of experience with haptics. And one of the things that we had to keep in mind when selecting labels was to either use terms that had already been in literature, so even through that, if you're not familiar with haptics, hopefully there would be some sense of familiarity from other domains as well. And also most of the terms, like I said, because they're from users, they can hopefully implement that fairly quickly.
Okay, great. So another question. So you mentioned that you use the Switch Joy-Con for haptic testing. So how much does hardware matter? Like something like testing haptics versus on the Switch Joy-Con versus a steering wheel rumble feature versus a full body haptic suit. Were there any specific challenges or anything you can think of for designing haptic and evaluating haptics for those different hardware devices?
So with this model, we wanted to make sure that it was something universal across all haptic systems, and that's what we're working towards. So when we selected the Nintendo, we mainly picked it for its haptic feedback. So while hardware is an important component, we actually excluded some of the novice data that focused specifically on hardware. So for instance, one of the categories that the novices came up with was ergonomics of the controller. But with this model, what we were really focusing on was how are the haptics in light of the system and not so much the hardware that delivers it. And so while that plays a role, I think in terms of our model, and so I think that's what makes it universal, though, that it can be applied to haptic feedback being delivered across any kind of system.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. So are there specific challenges regarding, say, hardware haptics versus implementing this for, say, a passive haptic system or something that uses something like haptic retargeting or some other kind of more software haptics system?
So it kind of sounds like this is a question surrounding universality of the model. And so I think I'll start by saying that, as you saw, most of the model was informed by vibrotactile feedback delivered through the Nintendo Switch, and that's where we started. But then we took those ideas and refined it with experts who come from backgrounds of all different kind of haptic modalities. And so not only did they speak of things obviously besides the Switch, but they also talked about works that they were currently working on and also where haptics could go in the future. And so I wouldn't say it's so much of a barrier where the haptics come from, but I think the model keeps into account that this can be applied for kind of any kind of haptics, and at least that's what we're working towards now.
Okay, great. I will give it a couple more seconds in case there are any other things rolling in.
That's good.
Cool. Well, great presentation, Aaron. So I guess now we can move on to manipulation, learning, and recall with tangible pen-like input presented by Lisa Elkin. So this is a video is of a slightly shorter format since it doesn't have a pre-recorded talk as of yet, but this is still a full Chi paper. So we'll show the video figure now.
This video demonstrates two experiments and our hardware device used to investigate Conte manipulation and recall. Conte is a tangible pen-like input device that can execute commands based on how it contacts a display. Our device can detect up to 26 different contacts, corners, edges, and sides, to trigger different commands. This PDF annotation application demonstrates a real-world use case. Contacts are classified using an internal IMU, and a specially designed case with pliable conductive corners enables it to work on any capacitive touch display. The device is wireless with an internal microcontroller, IMU, radio, and battery. Note that Vogel and Cassier's original Conte device only detected 10 contacts using a specialized tabletop. Our first experiment investigated the impact of device size on manipulation time. Participants transitioned back and forth between two experimentally controlled contacts in quick succession. 3D printed device mock-ups were used to create different sizes. A resistive touch sensor recorded touches, and color-based computer vision classified the contact. We tested 3 sizes of mock-ups. A digital pen mock-up was a baseline comparison. Our second experiment used our hardware Conte prototype to see how well people can recall contact-to-command mappings on a 3D spatial interface. Participants used the device to execute the command that matched the following icon. They could activate an on-screen novice guide to see how commands were mapped to Conte contacts. We tested all 26 contacts, and a simpler version with only 9 contacts located on one end. For comparison, the same task was used to evaluate a 2D grid-based spatial interface. Commands are located in grid cells and are selected by tapping the cell. Command locations appear after a short delay to facilitate novice use, but expert users can select commands immediately. We use the same set of 26 commands, and the same 9-command subset. After training, retention tests with no feedback or novice visualizations measured how well people remembered the command mappings. For additional details and experiment results, see the accompanying paper.
All right, great video, Lisa. So first question I had, I noticed that that the Conte device was a really interesting kind of addition to the standard stylus functionality. Did you find it to be much heavier than a standard touchscreen stylus?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
No, so it's not a lot heavier. So I'll add a funny anecdote to the answer to this, which is that we wanted to include how much it weighed in the paper, but didn't have a scale that was sensitive enough to weigh it. So way back when the world was open, I brought Conte to the grocery store and put it on one of the checkout scales. I could get an accurate measurement of its weight. So no, it's not a lot heavier. It's 25 grams. Apple Pencil is 21 grams. So it's feels pretty equivalent to the standard commercial list.
Yeah, fair enough. Follow-up question, how much did it end up costing on that scale?
It's priceless, Johan.
Cool. So next one, I noticed the pliable conductive corners on Conte. Can you elaborate a bit more on the design of those?
Yeah, so anyone who was in the HCI lab at the time saw me sort of slaving away over the 3D printer for 4 months, and actually, I think much more difficult to make than they look like. So first of all, they're made of, you said they're made of a conductive material, and in order for that 3D printer filament to be conductive, it's infused with carbon, and there's some chemical property of carbon. When it gets hot, it gets really sticky and clumpy, so that made them pretty difficult to print because the nozzle would get clogged up. One other point that I want to draw attention to is that there's some filtering that happens on a touch screen so that it doesn't just assume that any conductive particles in the air touches. So what has to happen is that a touch has to have a certain surface area in order for it to be considered a touch. And so I had to model those corners in a way that they still felt pen-like, so they were still pointy enough. But I actually 3D modeled air pockets into the corners so that when they're compressed, they touch the screen with a larger surface area.
Oh, that's super cool. Question from the chat. How much do the 3D menus help people's memory? Do you think other weirder shapes would leverage people's spatial memory even more? What does the perfect 3D menu look like?
Okay, so those are great questions. I'll answer the weirder shapes question first. We purposely didn't want to have a weirder shape, but I do think that a weirder shape would help people's spatial memory. So the only spatial marks on Conte itself that distinguish different contact there's a white mark on the top and a white mark on the side. We did that on purpose because that gives users the least amount of information possible, the smallest amount of information that they need to distinguish contacts. So by showing that with a device like that, people can actually learn where these contacts are, we think that like we've showed the hardest case. And so yes, if you add more visually distinguishable landmarks, like using a different shape, specifically if something's asymmetric, we think that it would help people learn. So how much did the 3D menu help people's memory? I mean, I'm going to assume you mean the guide that we showed on screen, and correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, that definitely did help. I think without that, we wouldn't have been able to do the experiment at all. But what is important to note is that if you look in the paper, we show how like the rate of expert usage as the experiment went on. And so in the beginning, people really, really relied on those core guide on screen. But by the end, they were using Conte more or less without it and attained a pretty, I don't remember the exact numbers, but a pretty high amount of expert usage. What does the perfect 3D menu look like? That's a great question that I don't have the answer to, but I think that's a really interesting avenue for future work. Next question, did you find, oh, Johan, I'll let you read the next one.
Yeah, sounds good. So did you find that people with smaller or larger hands had more or less difficulty in manipulating the prototypes of various sizes? For example, did people with small hands have trouble manipulating large Conte?
Unfortunately, don't have data for hand size. And I don't know if we even tested, I guess we don't have data for hand size, so I don't know the answer to that question, but I did observe the experiments closely and didn't really notice a difference. I think the biggest issue is that like the smaller the shape, it's harder just in general to get a grip on it. Like I have pretty tiny hands, and I still found the largest one easier to manipulate and the smaller one harder to manipulate.
Okay, fair enough. One last question. Could you elaborate on the differences between this Conte and the original Conte?
I would be happy to. So one of the big differences is that the original Conte only worked on a Microsoft Surface tabletop, which is really expensive and really huge. And like, I don't know about you, Johan, but I don't have one of those lying around my house. So it meant that it was a really nice device in theory, and it was a prototype that was interesting just to show what it maybe kind of could do and look like, but it really wasn't practical in any sense and really didn't lead the way, like wasn't a proof of concept of how this thing could actually be built for realistic usage. The other thing that's really important to note is that because it used computer vision and because it used a specially designed tabletop, it could only tell what shapes were, but couldn't distinguish between similar shapes. So for example, in the 2011 paper, they could tell that a corner was touching the paper, but they couldn't tell which corner. They could tell the differences between small edges and large edges, but they couldn't tell the difference between two small edges. Because of that, I think they could only detect 10 different contacts. They couldn't actually test what a 26 contact input do. And so for our device, it was really important that it wasn't just, an updated version almost 10 years later, but we actually completely redesigned what an implementation of this device would look like. So by making it conductive, it can be used on any conductive surface, not just a giant Microsoft Surface table. It can be used on an iPad. We did experiments on my touch screen Lenovo laptop. And also because we use IMU data to figure out which contact touching, we were actually able to distinguish all 26 contacts, which meant that we were able to do these studies investigating whether people could learn to use it.
All right, awesome. I will give it a couple more seconds just to see if there are any other chat questions filter in, but this has been great. All right, great. So I think that marks the end of session 5, input and output. Join us again at 2:30 Eastern for session 6, menus and shortcuts. Thanks.
Welcome back. This is section 6, menus and shortcuts. I'm Rachel, and I'll be moderating the presentation of these last two papers. First, we'll hear a presentation from Blaine Lewis entitled Key Map, Improving Keyboard Shortcut Vocabulary Using Norman's Mapping.
Hi. In this talk, I'll introduce a new interaction technique to help improve keyboard shortcut vocabulary using Norman's mapping. This is work I performed while I was completing my master's degree at the University of Waterloo, as well as a research assistantship at the University of Canterbury. The idea behind KeyMap is extremely simple. Rather than showing keyboard shortcuts in linear menus and hidden in panels, instead we show them directly on top of a virtual keyboard, and we take advantage of using the principle of rehearsal. But before I get into the specifics of exactly how KeyMap works, I first want to motivate why keyboard shortcuts are important to focus on. And the biggest reason for this are keyboard shortcuts are really fast. You don't have to home back and forth between the keyboard and the mouse, and you're also not constrained by the steering law or Fitts law. Keyboard keys don't get bigger or smaller depending on how many keyboard shortcuts we choose. As well, the mouse stays in the work area. You don't have to bounce back and forth between a toolbar as well and back to your work area. So keyboard shortcuts are really fast, but nobody uses them. Only 19% of Windows Firefox users use Control-F to invoke the find command. So why don't people use them? And there's quite a few reasons for this. One of those reasons is that people suffer from the production bias. And the production bias is the idea that we are unwilling to sacrifice our productivity now to have more productivity in the future. And another psychological bias we fall victim to is satisficing. And satisficing is the idea that when you have to make a decision, every decision we make costs us time and energy. And so when we make these decisions and we have to choose between things, rather than looking at each candidate option, instead we only look at candidate options until we reach one that is good enough and it reaches some threshold. And so what happens is we look at linear menus because they're the first things we encounter, and we see and we click them and oh, it's good enough. And that's great for short term when we make a decision once, but when we make that decision once and then we execute that decision over and over again as we use computers more and more, then we suffer from the results of that decision. And in the fact keyboard shortcuts are so much faster that it would make sense to have made a decision earlier that was to use keyboard shortcuts instead. But in this talk, I really want to focus on two other reasons, which are that keyboard shortcuts are really hard to remember. So when we look at the current state of things on the right here, we can see a linear menu, and in that linear menu, we can see that there are the commands and as well as the shortcuts. But the shortcuts are kind of put off to the side, so we don't see them. And the other problem is that there's nothing really there that helps us associate and remember them. It only tells us what the label is, but we don't know where it is or any other information to help us remember it. And then the second problem I want to approach in this is that their keyboard shortcuts are really hard to discover as well. As I mentioned, the keyboard shortcut is in the far right of that linear menu, so most times we don't even notice it, so we never know what it is. And then further to that, we also have a panel on the right that says keyboard shortcuts on it, and it lists all the keyboard shortcuts in an application, but to open that panel in the first place, we needed to know the keyboard shortcut command / to open the panel. And so keyboard shortcuts are really hard to discover. And not only that, but current interfaces make them hard to remember because they don't help us out at all. Prior work has explored how we can improve this. For example, Grossman et al. Looked at various methods such as delay methods as well as using audio feedback to help people learn keyboard shortcuts. Expose HK, which I'll talk about a little bit more in depth later, looked at how we can use rehearsal to make sure that novices and experts do the same thing and help us hopefully improve keyboard shortcut use. And then another related work to ours is Hotkey Palette, which displays command labels, or not command labels, instead it displays windows on top of a virtual keyboard. The key principle behind KeyMap is Norman's mapping. And the best way to explain Norman's mapping is by using stoves. On the left we see a stove, and we can see 4 burners, and then across the bottom we also have 4 dials that control those burners. But when we see that the burners are arranged in a square, but the dials are arranged in a line, it's unclear which dial controls which burner, because we could have said that we could have put them in clockwise order, or maybe we would have went counterclockwise, or maybe we did the first row and then the second row. It's entirely unclear from just looking at the dials what the mapping is between what dial controls what stove. But instead, if we follow a more natural mapping, like placing the dials in a square and the burners also in a square, then it becomes extremely clear which dial controls which stove. And so we want to apply that principle of Norman's mapping to keyboard shortcuts, because in the current state of things, it's not the case. There's no mapping between how I enter these keyboard shortcuts and how they're displayed. So what does Norman's mapping look like for keyboard shortcuts? Well, it looks like KeyMap. Rather than showing keyboard shortcuts hidden away in linear menus, instead we show them as a first-class citizen directly on top of a virtual keyboard. And in this virtual keyboard visualization, we also use other things to help your memory. We add landmarks, just like on your keyboard has on F and J, and that allows you to remember things in association to a physical landmark. And then we also show all of the labels across all of the keys. And the way KeyMap works is very simple. In order to open it, you press and hold a keyboard shortcut modifier like Command or Control. And after a very short delay, the keyboard shortcut visualization appears. And now we can look for the command that we wanted to enter, say it was bookmark, and then we complete the selection by pressing D on a keyboard. And that completes the selection in guided mode. However, for expert users, they don't need guided mode, which is the reason behind having that short delay is now experts don't ever see KeyMap, because when they enter a keyboard shortcut that they already know, then KeyMap doesn't have to appear, they just press the shortcut. However, we also support very novice users by allowing novice users to click through KeyMap. I can take my mouse and I can click on Command, and then that opens the keyboard shortcut visualization. And now I can click on bookmark, for example, to complete a selection. And that executes a command. So earlier I talked about how KeyMap improves keyboard shortcut vocabulary, but I haven't talked about why. So what are the principles that help KeyMap improve our memory of keyboard shortcuts? And one of the biggest things that KeyMap supports is stronger cue target association. When we have to remember a keyboard shortcut, we're performing a cued recall process, where we have a cue, such as something in the menu or the menu that helps us remember it, and then we have a target, which is what we want to remember, which is the physical keyboard shortcut. And so in the case of the current state of things, the cue is going to be the linear menu. And if you look at the target's the same in both cases, but it's not clear what the association is between a linear menu and a keyboard. However, with KeyMap, this association is quite clear and quite strong. We can see that those images look almost identical to one another. So there's a very strong cue target association with KeyMap, which should help people remember it. Another principle behind KeyMap is the idea of spatial memory. Keyboard shortcuts are sometimes arranged in semantic groupings. So things like cut, copy, and paste are arranged beside each other on the keyboard, but linear menus don't make this obvious. There are other groupings like find and replace, Control F and Control H are often placed near each other, but it's unclear as a user that they're placed near each other by simply looking at the menu. Whereas KeyMap makes it extremely clear that cut, copy, and paste, or find and replace, are placed directly beside each other. And so we can leverage our spatial memory when we remember keyboard shortcuts using KeyMap. And finally, KeyMap also takes advantage of incidental learning. We can remember shortcuts without ever entering them. So when we say we enter save all the time, we might have noticed that bookmark is beside save. And now when we press save, or when we want to bookmark something, if we want to bookmark something now, then we don't know what the shortcut is, but we know that it's beside save. So we can actually enter bookmark without ever opening KeyMap, just by pressing Command D, because we know it's beside save. And so KeyMap supports incidental learning. But now that we have these principles and we have this idea that KeyMap helps improve memory, we also want to evaluate KeyMap and compare it to the state of the art. And we did this using a controlled crowdsourced experiment. We compared KeyMap to ExposeHK. ExposeHK is another interaction technique designed to help people remember keyboard shortcuts and learn them. And it does that by when you press and hold a keyboard shortcut modifier, all of the linear menus open. And now a novice can press one of those and enter a keyboard shortcut by pressing another button on their keyboard. And in this way, novice users emulate expert users and perform the exact same task, thereby rehearsing as an expert, even though they're only a novice. And we have a few hypotheses about how KeyMap is going to compare to ExposeHK. We hypothesize that KeyMap users will remember more shortcuts, they will incidentally learn more shortcuts, and KeyMap users will also have faster practice selection times than ExposeHK. Our experiment looked a little bit like this. We have a progress bar across the top that occurred in a web browser. They were given the stimulus in the center of the screen, and then their keyboard shortcut interface would show as well. This is what KeyMap looked like, and then ExposeHK looked similar except across the top rather than the bottom. Participants in our study performed 2 tasks. The first task was a selection task, and users would use the keyboard shortcut interface they were assigned to select a task using either guided mode, where they can see the keyboard shortcut interface, or they could enter it without seeing it, and users were also able to click through the menu. Our participants were also asked to complete a recall task, and in the recall task, all of the visual elements of the keyboard shortcut interface they were given were hidden. And so they would enter keyboard shortcuts in order to recall them, given a stimulus, and they would continue through. And there's not much to see here because we explicitly made sure they could not see the keyboard shortcut interface they were assigned. Our experiment design was a between-subject design. We had 2 conditions, ExposeHK and KeyMap. We recruited 98 Mechanical Turk crowd workers, and those crowd workers, each participant was assigned 13 different commands, and we distributed those using a Zipf distribution. The Zipf distribution was used to emulate real command use, where some commands are used more frequently than others, like copy is used much more frequently than replace. In the selection task, they performed 25 trials, and they performed 6 blocks of these 25 trials. Following that, they performed a recall task where they were asked to recall all 13 commands, and then 5 commands they've never seen before to test incidental learning. After 24 hours, they came back and performed the retention task, where they did the same thing as the recall task, recalling 13 commands and then 5 incidental ones. The results of our experiment show that KeyMap improved short-term recall. We found a statistically significant difference between the median number of commands that KeyMap users remembered and then ExposeHK users remembered. KeyMap users remembered 10 commands, and ExposeHK users remembered 9. This plot you see here is similar to a violin plot, but for discrete distributions. We can see the frequency across the bottom, where we have higher frequency commands, such as our cut, copy, and paste, on the very far right, and we can see that there's no difference. The same number of users got, users remembered the same number of commands as if they were in KeyMap or ExposeHK, which is they got most of them correct. And then as we get to lower frequency commands, we start to see a difference between KeyMap and ExposeHK. And this shows that KeyMap users are remembering low frequency commands more often than ExposeHK users are. Moving on to the long-term retention test, we found a statistically significant difference again, showing that KeyMap users remembered more commands than ExposeHK users did 24 hours after the original practice selection task. And we see the same pattern where KeyMap users remember more low-frequency commands than ExposeHK users do. We also found that KeyMap likely creates incidental learning. Users were asked to recall commands they hadn't entered before, and we found that keymap users remembered 19 commands, and XposeHK users remembered 6 commands. And this is spread across all participants. So all participants in the keymap condition remembered 19, and XposeHK remembered 6. Because this effect size is very small, we think that we should explore this more in future work to demonstrate that keymap definitely creates incidental learning. We also found no evidence that keymap is faster than XposeHK. The mean selection time of keymap was directly comparable to XposeHK as being just a little bit over 3 seconds. We did find that there's no difference between XposeHK and keymap in the first block, which was slightly surprising because we thought that keymap was very novel to users and they've never seen anything like this. We expected that in at least the first block, keymap users would be slower than XposeHK. So to conclude our experiment section, keymap users remembered more shortcuts, and we also found that keymap users incidentally learned more shortcuts. However, we didn't find any evidence to support hypothesis 3, which was that keymap users have faster practice selection times than XposeHK users do. We also created a Chrome extension. You can use this Chrome extension and download it. It's available in the Chrome Web Store. And this is the really cool thing about keymap is that you can drop it into any application that exists right now. It just drops in. Because it sits in the bottom left, it's not obscuring anything, and it's very easy to use, as demonstrated here. Here's me using it to rate our paper. I'm turning some text bold as well as italics, and I'm using keyboard shortcuts to do so. The Chrome extension also works for other applications like Dynalist and Slack, and is open source, which means that if you want to add more applications to it, you can go ahead and do that. For future work, we'd like to generalize the use of Norman's mapping for assisting memory to other interfaces. For example, we only showed that Norman's mapping works for keyboard shortcuts and keyboard visualizations, but we think that this principle is generalizable, and maybe we could use it to improve memory of other things. For example, VR menus sometimes show a controller, and we think that there's a good chance that this improves that this improves memory of those command locations. We also want to explore feedback using keymap. When you click on a toolbar, it seems like the obvious extension is that if you click on bold in your toolbar, then keymap should show Command B on the screen so that you know that the keyboard shortcut is Command B to remind you. To conclude, keymap is a new interaction technique that leverages a keyboard visualization to improve keyboard shortcut vocabulary. Thank you for listening to this talk.
Thank you. That was a really clear and informative presentation. So we're going to move on to the question and answer period. So first, from the comments, we have a question. Are hotkeys really hard to discover? Okay, the hidden ones that require more than one command, but are the ones for the commands in menus aren't they rather salient? Is it that they don't come up often and come up in your mind when you're about to select them for a command?
I think that's a really good question, and it requires us to kind of distinguish what discoverability means. There's kind of explicit discoverability where I have to like open something to find them, and then there's implicit discoverability where I'd have to look harder to find it. And I think you make a really good point about when our eyes search, when we open a linear menu, our eyes are actually scanning along the left side because that's where we can find the command labels. I'm uncertain what the best way to call that is whether it's discoverability or not, but it's definitely a lack of visibility. And there's also other cases other than just linear menus where maybe we're using a toolbar, and to see them on a toolbar, we have to hover. So hotkeys are either hard to discover or hard to see, I guess.
Okay. The next question is, how does it work for hotkeys that require more than 2 keys so that are mapped to the same base key?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the way it works is that you would have an individual key map for each combination of hotkeys. So if I was pressing Command and Option at the same time, then it would show different labels. That's not a great design because it's hard to discover them because we'd have to flip between them to find different hotkeys. But we're hoping that designers can adopt our approach and they can take advantage of it. And maybe for hotkeys like Shift, you could actually show them on the same key map because Shift often does the opposite, such as undo and redo. If you press Command Shift Z in a lot of cases, it'll redo rather than undo. And we're hoping designers can take advantage of that. In this study, we focused on a single layer of key map because we were interested in memorability for just that set of commands. And we were curious if the base case of key map would work or not.
Okay. So the last question in the chat is, one good design for some of the current drop-down menus is that they've applied Miller's Law. They only show limited item and use nested lists. Are there any design considerations that key map applied relating to this?
This is a really interesting question. I'm not familiar with Miller's Law, but it sounds like it's this is trying to favor depth over breadth, whereas a lot of design suggests that we should actually be favoring breadth. I think depth is really cool, and the really cool thing about keymap is we can support that. Keyboard shortcuts already support this through something called chorded shortcuts, where I might press Command X or Command Z or Control Z, I think in many cases, and then Command Y, I think, puts VS Code into Zen mode. So I've now put two keyboard shortcuts together and chorded them. And the cool thing about keymap is we can actually support that, where you could use like the first key press to open a submenu, and then the second short key press to actually execute a command. So we could support this kind of more hierarchical nested list version of using keymap for that.
Thank you. So another question is, how do you see keymap being integrated into other sorts of applications aside from web browsers?
Aside from web browsers,
current implementations.
For sure, yeah. So I think there's a lot of different ways we could see keymap being used. Right now, we're using it in kind of a boring way in the sense that we don't have many icons on the keys or anything like that. But I can imagine this being used in Photoshop, where you have all of your brushes and stuff, and you could represent that entire toolbar directly on a keymap, and then you could see where things are. And it might make sense to actually like spatially distribute some things in better ways. Like you put all the selection tools together, and then you put maybe the painting tools in another spot. And I think it would be a really visually pleasing way of dealing with things in Photoshop and learning some of those shortcuts a little bit better.
That seems like a really cool application. So another question is, keyboard shortcut mappings may also depend on the context of the activity, like Command plus C in Finder does something different than what it will do in a different application context. How does keymap deal with such situations? Is it context aware, basically?
So keymap would be context aware if it was implemented across global things. It would always just represent the underlying shortcut mappings, no matter where you are. It does raise an interesting point, though, that sometimes your spatial groupings might not work. But this is kind of a problem with all shortcuts, and this is something that I believe we identified as a problem in our prior work, where we did an interview with people about using shortcuts, and we found that that having inconsistent shortcuts is really confusing to people. And whenever possible, we should actually make them as consistent as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all the time we have for questions, but thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Jay Henderson, who will be presenting the paper, Investigating the Necessity of Delay in Marking Menu Invocation.
Hey everyone, so my name is Jay Henderson from the University of Waterloo, and I'm here to talk to you today about investigating the necessity of delay in marking menu invocation. This work was done alongside my collaborators, Sylvain Malacria, Mathieu Nancel, and Edward Lank, as a joint effort between the University of Waterloo, INRIA, and the University of Lille. So first and foremost, what are marking menus? Marking menus were developed by Gordon Kurtenbach over 25 years ago, and since then they've been heavily studied and extended in HCI because they introduced this principle of rehearsal in interfaces, so users can move seamlessly from novice to expert interactions. So marking menus are radial menus that rely on two main modes of interaction. The first is a menu mode, where the user presses down an input device, waits for a predetermined delay that's usually 1/3 of a second, and then the menu appears. After this, the user can then move their input device in the direction of a desired command. So in this video, the user moves right, then down to select coffee in menu mode. The second mode is mark mode. So if the user knows the directional strokes to select something, for example, we now know that coffee is right then down, then they can complete the selection without waiting for this predetermined delay. So in essence, users can rehearse the exact interaction to make a selection in menu mode to be able to perform it in mark mode. So as described in the title, we're talking about this particular delay for switching between modes. But since the user is rehearsing the exact same interaction, why not just display the menu all of the time? So prior work has justified this with a few reasons. The first is that the menu can be distracting. The menu can obliterate part of the screen. Displaying the menu takes time. And delay might provide an incentive to use the mark mode, which is expected to be faster than menu mode. So while this delay has received little criticism in the literature, we note a few potential drawbacks. First, the delay can serve as a penalty to users who are unfamiliar with the menu or command. The mark mode requires that users memorize the often arbitrary strokes associated with selection, which may use up more cognitive resources that could have been dedicated to the task at hand. And lastly, users may try to select commands using the mark mode when they're not actually sure if the stroke corresponds to their desired selection, which in turn may increase error rate. So pictured here is a figure from one of the original marking menu papers. However, for example, we would imagine with the advances of computers in the past 2 decades, displaying a menu would take less than 15% of a second. Thus, we wanted to explore a no delay or immediately displayed marking menu, which is shown in the augmented diagram, where the user does not have to wait for menu mode, but can still rely on the recognition of menu items if they choose to do so. We wish to study these two menu interfaces, the original marking menus and immediately displayed marking menus, to see how they fared against each other. So to more concretely visualize this, here is an example of selection comparing these two marking menus that we looked at. With 3 controlled studies, we explored the following research questions. First, are immediately displayed menus faster for command selection? Do immediately displayed menus have a lower error rate? For extremely practiced use, is there a benefit for incorporating mark mode? And lastly, are delayed marking menus with mark mode less visually disruptive? So the first study aimed to tackle the first 2 questions. In our first study, each participant saw both the delay and no delay marking menu in 4 different configurations to get an idea of what typical command selection might reveal. So we had a 2x4x10 within subject's design with factors of marking menu condition, that was either delay or no delay, 4 menu configurations, so 4 item, 8 item, 4x4 and 8x8, and blocks with 10 blocks of 8 target commands per menu condition and configuration. We'll also note that all interactions were done using a mouse. So with 16 participants, 2 menu conditions, 10 blocks, and 1 configuration with 4 targets, plus 3 configurations with 8 targets, we had 8,960 selections overall. First, looking at time, we analyzed time as a whole denoted by selection time. So this was the time from the prompt appearing to the user actually making a selection. This was then broken down further into execution time and preparation time. And execution time was the time the user's mouse was pressed to its release, and preparation time was the time from the prompt appearing to the user pressing down. And overall, we found that selection time was significantly greater for a delayed menu, And in the graphs here, we see that overall selection time and preparation time improved for a no delay marking menu. Around block 4 or 5, execution time appears to converge, and preparation appears to move onto separate trajectories. So next we'll look at error rates, and to contextualize this, the top of the figure shows the distribution of modes used by block in the delay condition. So you can see mark mode was used more frequently as block increased. The bottom shows error rate, and we see that a no delay menu appears fairly consistent, but as mark mode use increases, so does error rate for the delay condition. Overall, we found that error rate was significantly higher with a delayed marking menu than one with no delay. So we found that these immediately displayed or no delay marking menus have significant advantages over delayed marking menus for both time and error rate, and even for practice use. In the latter of the 10 blocks, delayed marking menus had higher error rates and reaction times. However, if we revisit this graph, we notice that for execution time, timing seemed to be improving for delay, so we wanted to look into this usage further. Which brings us to the next research question. In study 2, that is, for extremely practice use, is there a benefit for incorporating mark mode? For this study, to simulate an expert user, we asked participants to perform one of 2 commands to minimize memorization requirements, but to preserve the unpredictable prompt. The study design was similar to the first, but with only 2 menus. Each participant also saw both the delay and no delay marking menu. So we had a 2x2 within subjects design with factors of marking menu condition, 2 target commands to select, and 8 blocks of 10 selections per target. So 8 participants times 2 commands times 10 prompts and 8 blocks resulted in 2,560 selections overall. The graph here depicts each directional stroke with their execution time for no delay and delayed marking menus. So in the extremely practice use case, we found that the delayed marking menus were significantly faster by about 260 milliseconds than immediately displayed marking menus. We did not find any significant differences in terms of preparation time or error rate. So taking this into consideration, to synthesize the results of these 2 quantitative studies, we found in study 1 an overall advantage for immediately displayed marking menus for time and error. However, in study 2, delayed marking menus showed a time improvement. For our last research question, we wanted to see whether or not an immediately displayed marking menu would be visually disruptive to its users, as was theorized in the original marking menu. So this video shows an example of what the study looked like. We asked participants to recreate the image in the above panel using a marking menu. So the user would spawn the elements of the image using a marking menu. So specifically, we chose this task because we expect occlusion to be an issue when manipulating items with contextual menus, such as rotate, and that there would be many items to select, thus heavy usage of the marking menu. So again, we had a within subjects design where participants saw each marking menu delay type, that is delay and no delay, and had to create 2 images per marking menu conditions for 4 recreations in total. To reduce learning effects, command sets for the menu were different per delay condition. During the interaction, participants were instructed to talk out loud through the process of creating the image. After each marking menu delay condition was complete, participants were asked a series of questions related to their interaction. So here are the results of the qualitative data. The questions were specifically designed to probe for impacts of visual disruption. While there's lots of information in the graph, we only found significant difference for question H. That is, for the condition made me lose focus on my main task, delay was more problematic than an immediately displayed marking menu for loss of focus. The Think Aloud data revealed some more insights on whether or not visual disruption is an issue. First, P12 noted that they noticed no disturbance or disruption since they would always be able to control visibility of the menu by releasing the mouse button. However, P6 noted an issue that they could not see which direction an item was facing, as it was occluded by the menu, so they were unsure of how to rotate it. But participant 15 said the delay condition is slow because users want to be able to do a process as fast as they can without waiting. So we found in Study 1 a reduced performance for delayed marking menus, but increase in timing for Study 2. Therefore, extensive training is required to overcome these performance costs introduced by delay. And since we looked at expertise with only 2 commands, it's unclear whether users can reach expertise with enough of the commands to actually benefit from the delay. In Study 3, we were unable to find this impact of visual disruption that was an issue when marking menus were first developed. This raises the question of whether or not visual occlusion is overstated and whether or not it can be mitigated. So what's next for this work? To start, marking menus are a very unique use case, and it's unclear whether these results would generalize to other rehearsal-based interfaces, so this could be an interesting avenue to explore. Second, while we use the original 1/3 of a second delay, shorter delays, such as those used now in commercial systems, may help to mitigate drawbacks of delay. And while there were some indications of visual disruption, such as the occlusion of items, we wonder if this could be mitigated by, for example, a partially transparent menu so its users can still see content underneath the menu. So to conclude, we presented a quantitative and qualitative exploration of the costs and benefits of incorporating delay in marking menus. As to whether or not a designer or developer should incorporate delay using marking menus, it really depends on whether the system design should penalize novice or casual use to optimize this highly practiced expert use. With that being said, I thank you for viewing my talk, and I hope this paper inspires some future work on delay-separated modes. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Now it's time for the Q&A. So the first question is about study artifacts. So when you studied how people perform when they're in highly practiced mode in experiment 2, they were reacting to a prompt. Do you think that they perform differently when they're using an application they're very familiar with and not reacting to instructions on screen?
Hey, Nikita, great question. So actually, I mean, I feel like that's kind of what we looked at in experiment 3. People became very familiar, especially with contextual menus. They wanted to do manipulations like rotate. And really, when people are, we found is when people are using an application that they may not necessarily be focused on being super fast, and they do perform differently, and they may not necessarily be focused on being as quick as possible, but just focused on getting the right output.
Sense. So in regards to the 260 millisecond speed increase for the delayed mouse, does this sort of imply that you would recommend a menu that at first uses no delay and then slowly added delay for specific commands? So a menu that sort of learnt as users went?
Yeah, so that's also a good question. I think that's kind of outside of the scope of this work, but I think there are many different avenues with this, and working on a system that gradually increases delay, force people to want to learn more. That being said, is that best way to people to interact with their system? It's hard to say, because if they're using a system where it's really important to be super fast, I think delay would be more important because the penalty would be more important in forcing them to learn. But if they're using a system like hours where you were just manipulating items and kind of drawing a picture that's a bit more relaxed. And perhaps using a delay is not necessarily the best approach.
So you think that it's very context dependent. Where are these marking menus most common? And what sort of places do you think that a delay might be beneficial or not beneficial in terms of like the most extreme cases?
Oh, definitely. So that's also a great question. But there's kind of two ways I can answer this. And the first is that marking menus, from what I understand, are only really used a couple of systems, one of them being Autodesk Maya. And there's kind of a disjoint between the literature and the way industry applies these menus. And so, from speaking with the person who created marking menus, he said that in industry, they've all but gotten rid of the delay. It's down to like maybe 150 milliseconds. But in the literature, people are more of these delays, and there's kind of just like a disjoint here. I guess the point is for this to inspire more research on whether or not these delays are important, or whether or not they're required for different systems.
That makes sense. So in terms of the device that you use to measure, why did you choose the mouse? And in future, are you going to conduct similar studies with trackpads or touchscreens?
So I definitely think that maybe the results could be different for touchscreens or trackpads. I know that a lot of different touch devices use a long press to kind of switch between two modes. We used a mouse because it's probably the easiest starting point, and that's kind of one of the most fundamental ways people use their computers. That being said, we've moved more to trackpads now. But it was just a starting point, and definitely future research should look at that. Maybe I will.
Okay. I don't see any more questions in the chat. Do you have any more comments on your work or any other future directions you want to talk about?
I think that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so that concludes session 6 on menus and shortcuts. I'm going to pass it off to the chairs for some concluding remarks.
All right, so we're at the end of our scheduled program, and before we wrap things up, we'd just like to thank everyone who made today possible.
We would like to thank all of our presenters today. Without your hard work and interesting research, today would not have been possible. So thank you, and we look forward to seeing your future research.
Second, we'd like to thank our session chairs for volunteering their time to lead the Q&A sessions. So thank you to Quinton Roy, Cheryl Lau, Joseph Tu, Diana Cotter, Johan Wenzel, and Rachel Wu.
We would also like to thank Tanhei Singhel for developing the website and keeping it up to date, and Marissa Benjamin for helping with promoting the event and preparing material for the chairs.
We would also like to thank Jim Wallace and Leonard Nake for their support and help acquiring and testing various streaming services.
Last but certainly not least, we would like to thank you, our audience. We hope that you had a good time, and we hope to see you again at future events.
One final note, we'd also like to thank Kaylee MacArthur for doing a lot of promotions on Twitter. We really appreciate it, and thank you to everyone who shared the event and, again, everyone who joined us. Thank you so much.